So, how many of you disable Secure Boot on every Linux device you own because you don't think it's important or you don't know how to properly use it? See, look how many of you there are. So, today we're going to be learning about how to use Secure Boot, which goes on all. So this Secure Boot helps you with securing your kernel, your bootloader. It can also help you with the support of a TPM chip. It can also help with encryption, encrypted file systems. So, my name is Nathaniel. I have personally gone through Linux from scratch multiple times, and I've gotten Secure Boot to work on it every time. Right. I also have a system at home that runs Gentoo, and I've gotten Secure Boot to work on that system with the NVIDIA kernel drivers, which gives a lot of people a lot of problems due to how that also works. So I personally know how annoying Secure Boot can be to actually get working properly. And I also know how to fix most of the things that happen that can go wrong while using Secure Boot. So, first off, Secure Boot is a UEFI feature that protects your computer. It is not a Microsoft feature. So, we will talk about the math behind Secure Boot, the UEFI chain of trust, the security benefits, Secure Boot struggles, and then finally TPM and Microsoft. So, first, math and mechanics behind Secure Boot. So, the Secure Boot at a fundamental level is public private key cryptography. So we will be talking about that first. So it also uses hashing. So what is hashing? Hashing is a mathematical equation that is really easy to go one direction, but is really hard to go the other direction. So as an example of this, if I have two really large prime numbers and I multiply them together, you get a really large, non-prime number. But the only two numbers that can multiply to reach this number are the two primes we started off with. It is really easy to multiply these numbers. But if you want to figure out what two numbers you multiplied, you have to check every single number until you reach the actual number you have. And so this is an example of hashing. If I just multiply those two numbers, and that hashes the two numbers you start with, you can't go the reverse direction. So we're going to be looking at one specific type of hash function known as SHA-256. SHA-256 is the basis of most public-private key cryptography. It is a advanced hashing algorithm that is still secure to this day. It will be secure in the near future. It can be used to verify files. So if I give you a file and I give you the SHA-256 hash of that file, you can hash the file yourself and you can match up to be like, yes, this hash matches the hash of the file itself. And so SHA-256 works. The 256 is number of bits. So what happens is when you run the function, you break up your program into little chunks, 256-bit chunks. And then each block is scrambled and then used to scramble the next block, right? And then that block is then used to scramble the next block. And because of how you scramble it, if you change one single bit somewhere in that hash function, it dramatically changes the final number you get. Every bit is important when it comes to this type of hash. And so that shows that, you can't find two programs that will hash to the same thing. So that shows cryptographically that this file is what I say it is. But how do I verify that the hash that I'm given is actually the hash that you found? That's where we get to public-private key cryptography. Some of you in the audience might know this in terms of something like SSH, or other forms, but normally in most public-private key, the public key is the encryptor and the private key is the decryptor, because I'm trying to send a message to a single person. This case is different, actually flipped. So you have a private key and you have a public key. The private key is what you use to take your file and you encrypt it so you can't see what's inside. And the public key is what you can use to decrypt. So what would happen if I took the hash of my binary and then I encrypted that hash using a private key and then gave everyone else the public key from me? Well, when you get the file, you can decrypt the hash with the public key, and it will give you the SHA-256 hash. And then you can, hash your file, and those are going to be the same. And so you can cryptographically ensure that Microsoft or Ubuntu or Red Hat have given me this file from them. Nobody else can give me this file because they're the only ones with private key. And so that is how we ensure that when you're loading up your bootloader, that the bootloader comes from who it say it is. And so then your thing can load into memory. That is the fundamental basis on how we make sure that secure boot is secure. And it is SHA-256 cannot. Well, it has not been cracked yet, and it's not going to be cracked in the near future. So, the next part about secure boot is a UEFI chain of trust. UEFI is the part of your firmware that actually loads in your bootloader. So when you have your bootloader, your UEFI can load into memory, and your bootloader can load in your kernel, and then your kernel can run all your software. UEFI is that base thing, and UEFI is a PCR system that actually deals with secure boot. And so there are 4 parts to the UEFI chain of trust. We have the PK, which is known as the platform key. This is the root of trust. It is a public key, like you were talking about before, and its job is to manage what are called KEKs, or key exchange keys. And so if I want to put in a KEK into my firmware, it has to be verified by the platform key. So not anyone can just put in any KEK into your system. Now KEKs are the middleman. So you have the root of trust, then you have this middleman manager that his job is to manage the teams, right? The teams is the database. So a KEK can add or remove from the 2 databases, the DB and the DBX. As you can see up there. So if I want to add or remove, the KEK is a thing. So you don't have to use you don't have to use the platform key for every database entry. I can add the Microsoft KEK and then do that. I use Microsoft because they are on everyone's firmware. Not that they should be, but they are. You can remove them later on. So next up is the database. This is the part of UEFI Secure Boot that actually does the checking. The database stores either public keys or they store hashes of programs itself. So this is the piece of software that every time you boot your computer, you hit the database if Secure Boot's on. And so you really want to make sure that anything in your database you actually trust. And that's why you have KEKs, so that things can't just be added to the database willy-nilly. And then the DBX, or the database exclusion, these are keys or hashes that if they're in the DBX, you cannot load them into memory, even if they're in the database. So if you find a bootloader or a program that has a known vulnerability that you can use to hack, you can put it into the DBX, and then you can make sure that even if someone's trying to use that binary, you can't actually load it into your system. So this makes sure that using these 4 keys, fundamentally, this is how Secure Boot works. It keeps your stuff, keeps your pieces, together. So now that we understand the fundamental basis behind Secure Boot cryptography, we can now actually figure out how we can relate this to security, right? Because that's the entire point of Secure Boot. It's all in good to have a bunch of math, but how do we actually apply the math in the real world to, do stuff? So we will be going out in this section, the real world benefits and the Linux struggle to using Secure Boot. So we'll have vulnerabilities with full disk encryption. So if you don't have secure boot and you do have full disk encryption, you're not actually fully secure. The hardships, a lot of the problems that people find when they actually try to use secure boot, Microsoft. Because unfortunately, we can't talk about secure boot without talking about Microsoft, because they have injected themselves into this system, which is not a Microsoft product. We'll be talking about some of the solutions to some of these problems. So something like the Fedora signed shim, if you can't manage your own firmware, and mock keys go along with that. Or fully taking control over the entire chain of trust. And then, again, more like fixing some of the minor problems that people get hung up in. So, the vulnerability with full disk encryption, generally on Linux, it's Luke's front end. So, when you use full disk encryption, generally, you don't actually have the full disk. You have like maybe your root partition, your home partition, and all these things may be encrypted. But what's not encrypted is either /boot, which you can encrypt, or you cannot encrypt your EFI partition. That means anyone that has access to your computer could replace these files. They are not in a secure location. So you have to make sure that, so you have to make sure that you secure even against threats that can change these two files and these things. So what's visible when you have these partitions not encrypted is your /boot will have your bootloader, right? That is the initial part of the chain of trust. It also your bootloader is in EFI. Your kernel's in /boot. That is the second part of the chain of trust. And then in your EFI partition, the partition that cannot be encrypted, because we haven't dealt with that yet, is your bootloader. So if someone has physical access to the machine, they could just replace either of those two files. So, yeah. Attackers can modify those two files. But if you actually have secure boot enabled, if a attacker attacks these files, you can find out that they're tampering, because that hash that we have found has now changed, or it's not signed at all. So a secure boot system, if someone changes your bootloader or kernel, will not load that into memory, keeping your system secure. Next we're going to go into why Linux users specifically hate secure boot. By default, it can block certain drivers. Like NVIDIA is known for this, because NVIDIA drivers, unfortunately, is just a big old binary blob that they give you, which I don't like, but it is. If you have an NVIDIA card, you kind of need it. And so, because the NVIDIA blob is not signed, or other things, so there's also out-of-kernel modules for like VirtualBox, if you use that software. Your kernel will actually refuse to load unsigned code. So your kernel has a main binary, but it also has modules it can load in at runtime. And so if those modules are not signed, that means that you might have an error where, I can't see the screen because it's trying to load a module that, it can't, because, NVIDIA drivers. And so a lot of Linux users, when they hit problems like these, just turn off secure boot and don't deal with it at all, which is a problem, because turning off secure boot is not the solution that you want to do if you have a problem. So next is perceived Microsoft ownership. Unfortunately, Microsoft, in their infinite wisdom, if you have a computer and you want it to actually get the Microsoft hardware certification, you have to have, first off, you have to have secure boot be a thing. You have to have the Microsoft keys loaded on your system for them to do this. You also have to have currently TPM-v2. So Microsoft is basically forcing manufacturers to support their stuff and not necessarily support other people's stuff. And generally on those systems, the only key that is not Microsoft first party, their own stuff, is the Microsoft third party UEFI CA. CA stands for Certificate Authority. This is one of the public keys that go into your firmware. And so people perceive this as Microsoft controlling the software you can use, which is only partly true. They're trying to make things more secure, but they are controlling what you can use. So Linux advocates, because of this, generally tell you to turn off secure boot so that you may have more freedom in your computer. But that is not the only solution for getting freedom on your device. There's also this thing called Fedora. So there's two methods. This happens to be the slightly less secure method. We're going to the more secure method after this. But one of the fixes is called Fedora Sign Shim. Fedora makes a small first stage bootloader. Oh, never mind. That's the next slide. So yeah, we're going to go into Fedora Sign Shim. We're going to go to mock keys, which is actually an add-on to Fedora Sign Shim. And then the second section is a full ownership over secure boot. This is the more secure part of secure boot I was talking about. And also fixing the struggles with custom kernel modules like NVIDIA drivers. Because, you know, Linux and NVIDIA. Linux people love NVIDIA, right? So, so Fedora Sign Shim is the slightly less secure of the. It's still secure, but it's slightly less secure. It is a tiny open source first stage bootloader maintained by Fedora. And so what happens is Fedora or Ubuntu or other distros, they can compile shim, and they can actually add in their own public key into shim. So that shim, using a public key within shim, can then verify that this piece of software comes from Fedora. So Fedora will sign grub, they'll sign the kernel, and so when you have Fedora sign shim, it has the Fedora public key, and it checks, you know, using the things we learned earlier to make sure you can load those modules in. And this Fedora sign shim itself is signed by that Microsoft third-party UEFI CA. And so this is a way to kind of get around the Microsoft policy. It acts like a bridge, right? I can bridge your secure boot to your actual grub and your kernel. And so you are using the Microsoft keys. That's the less secure part. Using the Microsoft keys to then use your distro of choice's keys. So yeah, again, when shim loads, it loads the Microsoft signature and it checks the bootloader signature with an internal key, or it can use a mock key, which we'll get onto the in the near future. And so, oh no, we're gonna get on now because the next slide's Microsoft stuff. So a mock key, also known as a machine owner's key, is a key that you, as the owner of your PC, can put into firmware, just like your keys. But these are not stored in the same way as UEFI keys. But you can have mock keys. And so then the shim will look at the mock key list and can load grub that's been signed with a mock key. And again, this is more reasons why it's slightly less secure, but it's still secure. And then you can pass control over to the bootloader. The bootloader actually also uses Fedora signed shim to check the key on your kernel. So like grub will go back to shim rather than having its own software to be able to verify these things. It all uses shim. This is called shimlock, if you ever see that online. But we have the even more secure piece, removing reliance on Microsoft entirely. This is what we all would love to do, right? First off, this is the more secure form of secure boot, but the caveat, you actually need full control of your hardware. You need to have, first off, you need to have a motherboard manufacturer that doesn't hate you. And then you also need to be able to change things in your UEFI. You know, if you have a password, you can't do this. So this is done by fully injecting a platform key into your system. The platform key is your own platform key that you have generated, right? And with this platform key, you can put in your own key exchange key, your own database and database exclusion, right? And so, I think I forgot to mention this earlier, but the way that you can actually load in the firmware, the platform key is a public key, right? So it decrypts things, but you have to sign your kecks using the private key that's associated with the platform key. So you can't just add any kek, right? That's how you secure, right? It's all public privacy cryptography because that's kind of the most secure thing we have these days. And so you can put in your own platform key, your own root of trust that is not enforced by Microsoft or your maintainer of your motherboard. And then you can control the software on your system, right? You put in your kek, you put in your own database, and you put in your own database exclusion. And so, you don't need Microsoft's permission. A great program for this is something called SBCTL. This is a secure boot control program, and it can generate the full list. And the best way is to either encrypt these keys or keep these keys on a offline device. But if you ever need to update your kernel, you will need your private database key. And so, but you can't, unfortunately, not every system you can do this with. I wish every system you could, but not every system. That's why we have Fedora. So one of the biggest issues when you're using a secure boot is you'll have something that's like, you'll get a screen. It'll say something like shim lock failure, check secure boot settings. And a lot of people when they see this screen are like, I don't know what that means. That's a really cryptic message. I'm just gonna turn off secure boot and get on with my life. But there are ways you can fix this. Remember, secure boot needs to check every layer of your system. So, you have to have your grub signed, you have to have your kernel signed, but every kernel module needs to be signed. So we have this thing called there's a DKMS, Dynamic Kernel Module System. And this, every time you update, I'm going to use NVIDIA for this because NVIDIA hates you, but you can use NVIDIA drivers, sign it with your own key or your mock key, and so when your kernel tries to load in the NVIDIA drivers, it'll be like, I recognize that signature, and then actually load in the memory. And so this fixes that. The biggest issue with using secure boot is just making sure everything is signed. There's a lot of little things that need to be signed, and all these can be signed automatically. So you just need to, do that. You just need to set up your system to actually do that. The easiest way, by the way, is using a custom kernel, but not everyone knows how to do that. And now we're going to talk about Microsoft again, because, Microsoft has interjected themselves in everything. So, how Linux actually handles secure boot. Next, we actually have to find out how TPM is involved, because Microsoft, if you don't know, is forcing every Windows 11 system to use TPM. This is creating a lot of e-waste. The easy solution is to install Linux on these systems. They work great. But we're going to figure out why Microsoft is pushing TPM. So the first part is TPM is not secure boot. These are different hardware modules. Remember, secure boot lives in your UEFI. TPM is a second chip that does other things. And so, secure boot, again, purely software. It checks binaries. That's all secure boot does. TPM is a hardware chip, and its job is to try and check system integrity. So if I'm loading in, if I have hardware that's loading in the memory a kernel, and I have gotten physical access to this machine, again, physical access, and I'm trying to mess with the bus, right? I'm injecting my own code into this load. TPM is there to be like, that doesn't look right. I'm not going to work. And so, that's TPM's main is hardware integrity, checking to make sure your system isn't doing weird stuff. It can also do really beneficial things, like holding cryptographic keys for full disk encryption. So, again, real uses for the TPM chip is holding encryption keys for your full drive encryption or, some partitions. Now, unfortunately, Windows Professional uses this feature with BitLocker. They don't tell you because, why would we tell the users anything? And so whenever something goes wrong with Secure Boot, if you ever turn off Secure Boot on the Windows 11 Pro, you'll be hit with all your files cannot be loaded because, you have to put in your encryption key, and nobody knows their encryption key on Windows because, Windows doesn't tell you anything. And so there are uses, and then there are misuses of this technology. It's one thing to have the user click a button and be like, I want this. Another thing to just put it on your computer without telling you. And so, finally, you can use Secure Boot without Microsoft's permission. That is the main goal of today's talk. You don't need Microsoft to tell you what software you can or cannot run on your system. And so, I encourage all of you to go onto your Linux computers to enable Secure Boot on your systems. Learn, there's like 2 tools that you need to know how to use. And so, and they're really nice tools. SBCTL just kind of works. It's really nice. And also, I encourage you to tell people that that use Linux to do the same on their systems. So, Secure Boot is a UEFI feature that protects your computer. It is not Microsoft. So, now you know the math on how Secure Boot protects your system, the benefits you gain by using Secure Boot, how to fix the errors that happen while using Secure Boot, and how TPM and Microsoft are different to Secure Boot. Remember, security is only as strong as the measures you actually put in place. And now you have learned the steps to actually put that into action. So, next time you get a new Linux device, leave Secure Boot on. Your computer will thank you. We have Q&A.
So, going back to the bit about, so you mentioned taking over your own computer and requires, installing your firmware and doing all that.
You'd have to install firmware. You're installing a key into your firmware.
Right.
You're not flashing the whole firmware.
Right. So, yeah, most systems, while they do arrive pre-configured with the Microsoft stuff, when you boot into setup mode, usually that's what you're doing when you turn off Secure Boot, and just running SBCTL from that will give you Secure Boot.
I guess that might be true on some systems. I know personally that this laptop, if I turn off Secure Boot, does not go into setup mode. Setup mode's a second option that you have to click. Yeah, but that's a good point. If you want to actually put on your own firmware, you have to go into your BIOS or UEFI and click Enable Setup Mode, and that will wipe all the keys from your system.
Only temporary keys still
Yeah.
exist in the.
Oh yeah, well you can refresh them, but yeah, you can wipe the keys and put in your own keys.
So when you use your package manager and install a new kernel, are there hooks in most package managers to sign the binary and put it into?
I know that Gentoo and Arch both have hooks that do that. I've personally not done Secure Boot on a Debian system, but I assume that there are ways to get hooks for those types of systems.
And when it signs the binaries, how does it get to the private key to the signing? Is that
That's a file.
Okay.
So there's a file. It stores it's an RSA key. It's like an RSA 4096 or something, and so it uses that key to sign the file. And once it's signed, then that it's been signed with that key. Again, if you want total security, it's slightly less convenient, but you can put it on a USB stick and only plug it in when you're updating your kernel. But that's like another step. You can just leave it on an encrypted partition.
Did you go to super tinfoil hat and have it on a YubiKey?
Probably.
All right, cool.
So I think it might be important to mention the problem area that was being solved, and that was about 15, 20 years ago, Sony was installing rootkit. At the same time you put a music CD in, it installed a rootkit, and that was actually brought before Congress with Mark Kusanovich. And that's the problem area. If you have a rootkit that layers below the operating system, then the only solution is to get below the rootkit.
Yep.
And so it's not like the evil empire is trying to be the evil empire. There was a real problem that was trying to be solved.
Yeah, and this is where I get age checked because I wasn't around for that time. Like,
I was there at the time.
yeah, but yeah, like that's why you have secure boot is for people messing with your bootloader or your kernel for anyway, and it will tell you right when you're trying to boot secure boot error. And the solution to a secure boot error is not to turn off secure boot; it's to figure out why you're getting the secure boot error. Because it could be that someone installed a rootkit. Turning off secure boot will then make the rootkit run, and that will mess up your system forever.
And is it possible to keep the FBI and grandma happy? You had to do secure boot forever.
Yeah.
It's just the way life is.
You mentioned that at some level you need to find motherboard manufacturers that don't hate you.
Yeah.
What are the tips for how to do that? And all go, hey, we don't hate you.
You can just look up online what manufacturers will and won't let you use, put on your platform key. I know personally that there are certain manufacturers that if you remove all the secure boot keys and then you enroll your secure boot keys, but you don't enroll the Microsoft or firmware secure boot keys, that it will just break your system. It'll break your UEFI. Because there are some systems that are designed really badly have the drivers for your UEFI interface need to be loaded with secure boot in a way that it's using your keys and will just never load in the graphics driver. So you can never actually turn off secure boot to be able to fix that. And you will find that online. You'll be like, this laptop has that problem, or this desktop has that problem. I think more and more modern computers don't have that problem, but they do. That does exist.
It sounds like you've had some time with Arch. There's a whole Arch page on setting up
Yeah.
secure boot. Is that fit with what you're talking about?
Oh, absolutely. They have both methods. They have the Fedora signed shim, and they have controlling your firmware. And they also have, not only do they have that, they have the using SBCTL or manually putting in your keys. Again, Arch Linux is a great page for everyone. It's the best wiki for every Linux distro. If you're using Gentoo, the Gentoo wiki is also really good for Gentoo. It's not super great for other distros, but it's great for Gentoo. So if you're using Gentoo, go to the Gentoo wiki. If you're using literally any other system, go to the Arch wiki.
So you're able to bypass secure boot yourself,
Yes.
or make it work.
Mm-hmm.
What stops other people from
A password.
making it work?
A password on your UEFI.
Okay.
If you have a password on your UEFI, you can't remove the keys. You can't do a lot of things. You can't, like a lot of motherboard manufacturers, if you have a password, won't let you boot to a USB without the password, which is good because you don't want any random person plugging in a USB and just booting off of that. And again, having Windows keys on your system makes it less secure because there's a lot of things that have been signed with the Windows keys, and you don't necessarily trust all of those.
Adding to that, a lot of times motherboard manufacturers put physical presence mandates in place. So if you put the system into a mode that you can modify the secure boot state, it will make sure you are sitting in front of the console of the computer and press OK on a dialog box.
Would you say something like a framework would be a decent one for all this?
Oh, absolutely. Framework is great. Framework actually cares about the Linux community. So their stuff, I know that I've put on a Framework 16, fully put in the platform key, that whole thing, without the Microsoft keys, and it worked just fine. With Framework, you just have to make sure that to get to those menus, you have to boot into your UEFI with one of the keys rather than the one-time. If you use the one-time boot menu, you can't get the secure boot settings. So you have to go to the actual boot menu, which is a mild annoyance I've seen. Any other questions? Lots of questions.
Is there user access, I realize it's slightly off, but is there user access or something that we can access for the TPM logic?
Yes, there's kernel. Well, there's kernel drivers, and then there's a lot of user space programs that can check the integrity of your TPM chip. And so things that will set off your TPM chip are if I hibernate. So if I have dual booted my Linux computer, and I hibernate into computer A, and then I unhibernate into computer B, that will set off TPM. Because that is not, you're not supposed to do that because the system state has changed. You have a different, like, you've loaded in a different, signed kernel than the kernel that you hibernated from. So things like that can set off TPM. And when TPM gets set off, it will not give your cryptographic keys away. So, yeah, that's,
But I can configure it. To do it. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, you can configure it.
There are open source programs that can load keys into the TPM.
Yeah.
TPM generated key.
Systemd can load keys in the TPM. Systemd cryptenroll. That's what I use on this guy.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, if there's no other questions, I guess that is the end for today's Q&A. Oh. I have my GitHub and my LinkedIn for those who want to scan QR codes.
Ooh,
Living on the edge, huh?
Related into security talk.
Thank
you very much.
Isn't it?
Oh,
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you.
no problem.
Yeah.
Not to forget to flip out the survey here, LN.
Oh, yeah.
You may want to add the origin story, just for kicks.
Very
But anyway, it's awesome.
Hey, how are you? Good.
Stop the recording?
Huh?
Should I stop the recording?
I guess. I don't know. That's
Yes.
Sorry, I missed the talk.
that's all good.
Late in this morning.
It'll be on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it.
So I stopped the recording.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nathaniel.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming.
I mean, I already learned one thing. I had not considered unenrolling Microsoft keys.
Really?
Yeah.
You've never considered that?
I didn't even know that was even a process.
See, and this is why I'm here. To be like, if you're single booting Linux, there's negative reason to have the Microsoft keys on your system. It just makes everything less secure.
I mean, the NSA can take an old machine with the Microsoft signed block.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I think one thing that was holding me back was the
yeah.
I know
DKMS. Dynamic
So
kernel
I stopped the
module
recording
system.
already.
Yeah.
But like right here, okay, so you see that? Yeah. So it was turning into orange, green, orange, yellow, then red, and then it goes back into green. Is that normal or is that?
Don't know. It's possible that it's like degraded stream quality or something.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Email. Okay. I was gonna text you saying, hey, can you come here for a second? But I didn't want to disturb you because I know you were watching and stuff.
So you can.
I'll send a
You can
thing
get.
in
I
chat.
don't know
And I-
how
and
the
a friend
process works, but
requested
you
you.
can have Microsoft.
That's the thing.
So this thing was changing colors when the recording was going.
It's a little complicated.
Is that normal?
Microsoft
Yeah, I
has
don't know.
made it less complicated since 2019. Because it used to be you had to have
Probably
tails
reset
on,
everything for the
Keyprov for
next
check
speaker.
Okay, how do I do that?
$15,000
I guess
rack
just
mod
unplug his.
to do root trust for your operating
Because I already stopped the
And
recording.
like people did this, like all the major manufacturers were like, well, it's a business expense, we gotta do it. But since 2019, they now allow more, like any TPM2 is a validation sent to them. So if you have your root of trust,
Did you get Vivian's
that's your HSM.
Yeah.
having your
And like
keys and
they've opened up to this and you still have to apply with them, and you still have to, like, there's so much validation. You have to go through, like, making sure that your kernel is not including anything that could possibly circumvent any kind of, like, because, like, by default, kernel lockdowns by default, you have to have all of the, you have to stay up to date on things, unless you want to get DBX'd. And you have to make sure, you know, every CVE is taken care of that gets announced to you on your mailing list. So it's like...
Look at that.
Hell yeah.
I am only missing encrypted RAM because Dell personally hates me.
Well, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so with our thing, we've got like 3 possible paths to go by with this. And one is getting Microsoft to do the right thing, which may happen, but that's a later problem. Second thing, guiding users to enter setup mode or otherwise enroll their own PKs in their systems. And we will offer a Windows binary, like, so Stix Linux has a Windows-based installer. Not always. You can boot it and install it that way, but our installer program, the same thing that runs in Linux, is also compiled for Windows. So you run it from Windows, and when you run it from Windows and you have Secure Boot enabled, it will talk to the Windows kernel, make sure you're an administrator, because you have to be. And then it'll talk to the Windows kernel, get the UEFI certs and CEs and everything, and decide what your computer is and how you're going, what strategy to take to enable Secure Boot with Stix.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Another thing with Stix is we don't partition the fucking disk. If you have Windows already, we're just going to put everything in NTFS, but in an image. So we're not dealing with the file system, as it were.
That's cool.
Everything stays in a series of disk images in a Stix folder on your C drive, and you boot from that.
That's unique.
A few other things, like our actual root of trust, DNS. Everything's backed by DNSSEC. So we have Stix.pub and Stix.zone. That is our authoritative zone and our public key root of trust. Stix.pub has STYX-OS.org. It's right on my page here.
Because it's like
And
23 hours.
this is all works in progress. Actually, the thing we're hung up on right now is governance building. But yeah,
Is it the age verification stuff right now?
not even that. It's just actual like.
Oh, absolutely. Go for it.
Any of the talks that you're going to go to? You're going to hallway track for this lot?
I'm gonna stay in this room.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the whole strategy.
I will say that.
I'm not gonna be free until like midnight.
You're going to go hallway track up one.
The people that get off Venezuela don't seem as beat up.
But yeah, I didn't want to hijack a talk about all that, but I figured it was
for identified business class.
Let me stop the slideshow. How do I stop the slideshow? Please, LibreOffice presenter. Right click. Right click. Close.
Look for the right price, but freed ourselves.
Exactly. We have that.
Thanks for the talk.
No problem.
Alaska Airlines.
So this chair's supposed to be for you?
This is, okay, I'm not going to be sitting. But I appreciate it. Is this microphone?
Oh, yes,
mic that's, okay.
Yeah, that's the mic.
And how far to the left can I go here and be okay? Am I okay if I'm...
There's a camera right there.
Yeah, the camera's
I believe
here.
so. You should be fine. You can. I think you can adjust the camera. Remember? Remember if need be.
I'll just give it a little tweak there. And that, you can get me here, you can see me on it?
Yes, I see you head on.
Okay, great.
Should be good.
Okay.
I read this book years ago about Michelangelo, and at some point the author was just getting big and on runs that he left. And like anyone else, he was fed up with the chaos and violence.
Oh yeah, slash off.
Yeah.
He loves slash off.
Just need somewhere to put them.
Well, you could put it in user source.
nonstop from.
I could have,
Vancouver
but it's
to,
just for the demo.
Auckland, and
So
another
that
one
says
from
screen 2 on
Seattle
it.
to,
That's the one we're
Rome.
gonna record.
Good combination.
Continue.
Have you been to the Vancouver airport before?
So ubiquity 2.
I think for in North America, it has
94.
like airport fees.
You sticking around for this?
Yeah,
All right.
that sounds fun.
Versus
Yeah.
70, who
I
cares?
think so.
Yeah.
I'm always for
If you get
using
early, it's
less
not cheap, but
tools
there's a fair
or
amount of
trying
hotel
to
built
install
into it.
things.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, this one is built into the installer, so.
Flying out
Oh
early,
yeah, I guess it's true. But you are using less tools. You're not using like a GUI or anything.
it's pretty
That's
nice.
true.
And then they even if they do if they went coming back into the then I'm gonna people.
Well,
you
now
can go
I
to the front
am
and say, I want it like a
happy
spa
that my
bath, so you can like go in the shower and all this and relax and stuff like that.
Very nice.
Pretty good.
And I think it's like the secret good deal for
this
especially if someone had like a long connecting flight with a big layover or something.
Yeah, because it's its own special thing that we've stayed at the Fairmont in Victoria.
Oh yeah, that's super nice. Yeah. Yeah.
And the one in Lake Louise also.
Yes,
We-
yes, I had high tea
I had
there.
lunch there.
Yeah, me too, we had high tea there a couple
Yeah.
of years ago, so, yeah, I guess there's one in every big city.
Oh,
It was, I think the original, they built that city, right?
Oh.
Phase of this. Wow. And then who knows?
I'm going to be about here so I can see people.
People.
yeah. That's, yep.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, as long as we can get that, we can sync up easy.
It's being overhyped because of the restrictions. but
Linux Fest always has the best
any
AV setup,
convenient,
and I've never seen a recording fail at
access
Linux Fest.
of any kind,
Linux Fest always has the best AV
convenient
setup.
time served
I've never seen a
is
recording
all
fail at Linux Fest.
You can apply.
But I'm doing my own recording separate, just in case, right?
Yeah,
Because
there's something in the Supreme Court. Trying to get rid of that.
We have an entire we have an entire team ready to go, just in case.
sure. Oh, I do. Oh, you already took. You must have taken the splitter off. When I tested it in the test room, they said tell the room guy that you need the splitter off because it's working fine. So that's what we want to see.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
sure,
Yep,
but
okay.
Great.
we looked at one when we retired was, sadly, they don't want to, you know, it's like, even though I am independent in my means,
All right, and I start at 10:30.
I can't get
As much as you can, I guess.
Because I'm,
While still giving at least a quarter of this.
well, yeah, I'm too old and don't have.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah, that'll be good.
That's it. I would be paying taxes and self-sufficient, so I didn't really get it, but there it is.
Yeah.
Ireland does have such a thing, so we thought about
Are
that
you
one as well.
doing good?
Yeah.
Huh? So far, yeah.
They speak
It
English
looks good.
professionally.
Yeah, it looks great, and we got. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I had a
Just
friend
checking.
that I
Thank you.
grew up
Robert.
with, and
Welcome.
she, maybe like 20 plus years ago.
I start at 10:30. Right, that's my
Yeah.
time.
Yep,
Okay.
10:30.
Mother's
Plenty of time for people
Yeah, we
to
got time to just
filter in.
had been in Ireland, and they moved to New York City, and I guess it was her to try because it was the maiden
Jack.
switch over and stuff like that, and she finally figured out, and she got that.
I don't think we have to really wait
She
too much
lives on the East
on
Coast now, and that's
capacity.
like her favorite place to
Sure,
go for
yeah.
vacation, because it's easy to go in and out of.
Yeah, and
So,
my wife really felt she would be able to do that because the family stories were that her grandmother was Irish. Turned out she wasn't, she was
maybe someone before that was from Ireland?
no doubt.
Yeah.
But anyway, it sort of dashed her hopes.
What's the difference, right?
Yeah. It's like, get your EU citizenship. That's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, when I walked onto my property, it seems
Let me go grab a drink of water real quick.
Oh, sure.
makes it a little bit easier. And then they were ahead of the US, maybe like a year or two, but they started putting the RFID chip in.
Oh,
And so it was easier for European passports because they already had that. So I would like tap, and I said to a friend who had an older passport, he's like, I have to go through them. He said, I'll wait for you. Right, so made a difference.
yeah. Yeah, actually, with they have the chips in the American passport.
So they're in everything now, yeah. Not
But,
bad.
I saw a demonstration at a HackerCon that they can sense the chip, and they can sense that it's an American chip, and that's when the bomb goes poof, dead.
Oh,
So
well, that's
when
exciting.
we travel, we wrap ours in cars.
Yeah.
Secure.
That would be beyond clever. but
It
you
would,
have
yes.
to plan for the worst, right?
You do, kind of, and so that's what, we haven't traveled that. Basically, the thing that put a crimp, like probably most people's, we're just got one last trip, we're going to Manchester and so forth in October of 19, and then 2020 in January, it's like, oh, the world stopped.
Yeah. I was.
Meet us in 5, 6 years.
That's right. Yeah, I feel like some of it's still getting back to normal. I had a trip scheduled for just Los Angeles in February 2020, and I went, and if we didn't know anything now, what we know was trouble, and it's made me more cautious the other way to say your instincts are not good. Don't do it.
Yeah,
So yeah.
for sure. Yeah, that's, we'd have already been in Rome and in,
Oh, my God.
by now.
Yeah,
It's
so
just-
it is.
It's more, it's been more post-traumatic for my wife than for me, actually, I think. I dutifully have my mask.
Oh, yeah, that's a smart.
Wife said, "You sure you have your mask?"
Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea.
It's supposedly fairly low right now.
I think so.
But
We just got our emails in British Columbia for here comes the next booster.
Oh, yes.
It's in April. And we got our last one in October. And it's like, wow, they really are sticking to the 6 month schedule. Again, it's just kind of nice and contrast
Yeah.
with the Texas where it's all.
Yeah, well,
And so I'm happy to get it, and I'm sure we will.
we have, our healthcare thing is Kaiser Permanente, and we had one in September, and we just had one again in March, and I went.
That's pretty good.
It is, but I believe it was the same formulation. It's not some
Yeah.
updated for the new thing.
Still better than nothing.
It absolutely is.
You like Kaiser?
Yeah, I do. It's,
See, I used to live in California where they kind of started, and people say the California ones, they're more tip-top. And they, away from the corporate headquarters, so to speak, it's not as great, so that's a good sample. That's a bit of data from.
And in fact, when we moved up from Southern California to Seattle, I was in Kaiser down there. Couldn't get Kaiser up here because it stopped at the Oregon-Washington border. Vancouver, what we call the bad Vancouver.
Yeah, Fort Vancouver is what we
There's,
call it.
yeah, you're the good Vancouver, they're the bad Vancouver. And that's as far up as Kaiser went. And what we had up here was a cooperative group health. And
Generic of the name is there
it
is.
is pretty much, but eventually Kaiser bought them. So they bought the entire group health,
Like all over Washington State
all
or
over,
something.
everywhere it was. And then they just, it was a matter of changing the names and the buildings.
So what happens?
Mostly from my point of view, nothing really changed. So we've been with Kaiser for maybe 10 years now.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I always think about what to recommend people. Moving up this way for better weather and everything else.
Well, we have a lot of people we used to know in Southern California that have moved up. Mostly they seem to have stopped around Portland, Oregon.
An easy choice.
They have no sales tax.
That's right.
But we have no income tax, so it's fine.
Yeah, when I was when Vancouver, BC, I thought I might work out of the U.S. some, and I was on paper, Vancouver, Washington sounded good because no income tax, drive down to shop, no sales tax. And it was very suburban, which I guess was okay. But I know people in Portland really like Vancouver, they're snobby about it. So I think I heard enough that it maybe biased me.
Well, yeah, I had heard totally when she came up in Southern California that the Oregon Oregon mindset. So, welcome to Oregon, now go home. You know, spend your money, then go home. And there's a bit of a reputation for something like that in Seattle, which I call it a freeze or culture or something where people are not as open and welcoming as other places, but we never really noticed it. Well, actually, when we first got there on our street, which we've lived now for 26 years, but one of the ladies, my wife, we talked to, said something like, we sort of keep to ourselves around here. Okay, thinking to herself, we see you.
Yeah, but everybody's new at some point, even better, right?
I was told to come adjust the camera.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's so many.
I did adjust it slightly angled this way intentionally because I don't want to be behind the podium where I can't see anybody. Is it okay? Is it all right if I have it here?
I can go ask.
Okay.
If this camera angle is okay.
Okay, sure. Because I would prefer this because then I can actually see everybody. Yeah. Otherwise, like I'm just a floating head or like a disembodied voice, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll go out. I mean, because that was years and years ago. There were people that were old enough to have been, yes, there were maybe over the years here all over the place. And then those gradually shut down with private equity and blah, blah, blah. And so they really were the whole state down I-5. And as that gradually outsourced it or
I definitely did not get my slides done yesterday.
Sure. Although one of the stories that I heard from two friends,
what is security? Why did you use it?
they had Kaiser, and that's one of the options for going for it.
Those are like my main things.
Both have.
So I went into like the map
if you're
behind
just
security.
your
I
health is
went
kind of normal,
into
it was good.
like
But
real
if
security
things weren't great,
benefits to using.
they were really hard.
Well,
But I think they had
that have
so many people that
fix them.
that
And
location
then
that
how does
is
it
overwhelming.
non-Microsoft?
So that it's maybe as simple as that, not there's mean spirited or something.
in 2008, I had a heart attack. And local fire people took me down to the nearest hospital.
Like we had people lining that wall, standing up.
Emergency rooms in there did the operation.
Oh wow!
And I don't know what it actually cost. I think it was close to $100,000. But
Like you have
my
like a
part
root
of that
trust
was
key, and then
maybe
every layer is trusted
really small.
down to root trust.
Very pleasantly surprised that I got all
Who
that.
needs the stress of that after?
Not the stress of being right, yeah. But had no trouble with the fact that it wasn't the Kaiser Hospital, it was a different hospital. And so there's all no fuss, no fuss, no hassle. And I've since had another procedure. There's another hospital that's also Kaiser today in Washington. I don't think Kaiser actually.
Every update will sign. It's a hard, right?
You know, where they have contracts with local ones or whatever. The one near main clinic in Bellevue is, I can't think of the name of it right now, but I went there, they had this thing, the guy was there to like, certain guy, and he says, this thing that you have there, I can't really do this, but I'm gonna talk to my mentor at UW medicine.
Very good school, yeah.
And I ended up having that guy do it. And all of that referrals and everything was all just taken care of. I didn't nope, I didn't have to.
That's the miracle.
That was, I don't do anything, they do.
Well, that's a good story about Kaiser.
Get that tripod a little further away from you and listen to
I don't have to deal with it because I'll probably stay.
Thanks for being accommodating of the
I guess I knew.
slightly different angle.
But you know, if you think about it, is that
I can actually tip the thing
in
up.
Canada, you have to pay an exit tax, and that's what.
It's not considered on here properly.
Oh, okay. Am I in your mic? No, I'm.
you're good.
Do you need me to adjust this microphone at all?
Again,
It's.
I don't think so, no.
All right, you're at about the limit of the USB cable.
No, I see. You just need to make sure this thing is
Tightens down.
Oh yeah.
not to like, you know,
Well, the problem in America is you pay income tax for all of it, whether you are in the US or not. It's still
Congratulations. I get to deduct one from the other.
Can you check how the video looks? Huh?
Do it.
A little bit to a little bit more to the right. To the right? Yeah, a little bit to the right. Where are you sitting? Where are you going to be standing mostly?
I intend to stand right here. So
Okay.
that
Is he center? No, a bit more to the right.
That's even
Just a hair more.
BC has
Another hair.
15%
I'd say that's good enough. That's close enough. Okie dokie.
you guys are all you're the best.
Maybe if you're not even
We're gonna get started really soon here.
15% higher.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then they have like, the vacation thing that's it goes up. And in a way, I don't know why it's not higher. It goes against you if you're the politician that suggests that, and that's different. And although I do realize, not that actually.
That's running.
The combined sales.
Please wait.
So I do think about it when you're like on a laptop or something like that.
Here it's 10%.
Yeah. Texas. Oh,
Welcome everybody to Linux Fest. My name is Romeo, and today I'm going to be showing you how to install Ubuntu with no handlebars. It's totally automated. You turn it on, it installs itself, and you're good to go. This is a pretty technically heavy topic, and there's a lot of details that are not in this presentation. They're not fun to put on the slides. There are a couple of slides that do have a lot of text on them, but I don't expect or want you to read those. They're there to illustrate what you'll encounter when you go to try this at home. You can find a full technical write-up with all the details, configs, examples, commands, the whole 9 yards on my website, pucto.org. With that out of the way, let's get to it. Now, installing Ubuntu is the first thing that most people do with Linux, myself included. So I assume you've all done the deed, where you DD'd an image to a flash drive, plugged it into your computer, and then sat and watched this screen for a while. And then you watched this screen for a couple of minutes, and then you watched this screen for maybe a little bit too long. But finally you get here, and you can click this next button in the bottom corner 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and click both of these boxes so that you have working Wi-Fi when you reboot. Then click it once, twice more, and do your manual partitioning, because maybe you don't want one giant root partition. Click it again, and you get to fill out this paperwork for your shiny new computer. Once, twice more, and at long last you can click that install button. Sorry, it just disconnected. That install button right there to then watch this screen for, again, a while. Or maybe you've used the server installer, which starts with hitting the enter key instead of clicking the next button 13 times. My remote is laggy. Okay. 13 times. You do the same partitioning, you do the same paperwork, and then you watch the same screen at the end. These two screens are eerily similar because they're the same piece of software. It's called Subiquity, and it's the installer for Ubuntu. There used to be a separate installation tool for Workstation called Ubiquity, and Subiquity was Ubiquity for servers. Server Ubiquity, Subiquity. They've since merged into one, but they kept the old name. And it's a pretty effective piece of software. It gets the job done. It lets you install Ubuntu, as I'm sure you've all done. But you may have noticed it does take some time. We all have a limited amount of time, and then we don't have any more. And how many times do you have to install Ubuntu today? Or this week? Or in your lifetime? Would anyone like to volunteer an estimate of how many times you're going to have to install Ubuntu for the rest of your life? Hundreds? I believe that. Yeah, myself as well. Hundreds? Anyone got more than hundreds? At least thousands. All right. I'd like to talk to you later. I ran through the manual installer like a speed run, clicking next as fast as I could, and I ran through the auto installer. I timed them both. The auto installer still saved me about 5 minutes, which isn't a huge chunk of time, but multiply it by thousands or hundreds. And then consider that with the manual installer, there's stuff that's very difficult or downright impossible to do that with the auto installer is so easy. With the manual installer, you can't give it a list of additional packages to install while your system is being built. You have to do that manually later or with your config management. Additionally, you can't give the manual installer your SSH keys so that you don't have to type your password in unless they're on GitHub or Launchpad. For the server manual installer, it's quite difficult to get the codecs installed on the installation, but in the auto installer, it's just one line. It's also very difficult to get, you can't actually, give it an automated list of extra commands to run that you decide to do additional provisioning that's outside the scope of Subiquity itself. In the auto installer, it's easy. When you do it by hand every single time you install Ubuntu, you open the door up to that classic computer bug, human error. And you have to hit the enter key a whole bunch of times, which is a wear item. What if your 17th Ubuntu install of the night looked a little bit less like this and more like that? It is possible, and we will do it today. Now, to get Subiquity, the installer, running on any piece of hardware that has no operating system on it, there's two paths that we can take. Path number one uses the network and a file server. This is great if you have a data center or a home lab. Us infrastructure guys really love the network method. Option 2 uses no network. This is great on a couple of workstations, a few VMs, or if you, like me, are walking through the woods and stumbling upon a computer with no keyboard and no OS, and you must install Ubuntu on it. It's at least once a week, right? But first, let's start with the network method. Now, in order to get any piece of software coming over the network to run on a machine with no OS, we first need to get into our Pixie boot ROM. This is a piece of software that came packaged with your machine. It's the pre-boot execution environment. It's already installed in your motherboard, on your BIOS, and your UEFI, and you don't have to do anything to get it. It's free, as in free beer. Now, the astute among you may have noticed that E is not the first letter of execution. They spelled it wrong for various reasons. But let's get our Pixie boot up in the air. Look at her. She's a pixie and she's wearing boots. It's the perfect image. And depending on your platform, you're going to have various different methods to get this to happen. On a virtual machine, it's going to be either a command line flag or some kind of GUI toggle that you need to flip to get your Pixie flying. On a piece of bare metal hardware, there's going to be some key press that you need to hit during the initial system boot, during the hardware initialization, to get into your Pixie boot ROM. On Dell systems, it's F12, but your mileage may vary. Once your Pixie is up in the air, she's going to go out on a little adventure over your network. And she's going to do the first thing that you usually do when you connect to a brand new network, which is look for a DHCP lease. This DHCP lease, though, has two extra pieces of information in it, not normally found in a DHCP lease. Depending on your server implementation, these are going to be named something like next server or Pixie boot file path or something like that. But in the DHCP spec, they're options number 6.6 and 6.7. These two things are going to tell your Pixie where on the network, either host name or IP address she needs to go to find a file server, and then what file she needs to look for when she gets there. Armed with this new information and a freshly minted IP address, your Pixie will go back out over the network, this time though using the Trivial File Transfer Protocol, TFTP. It's a bit of an old protocol. It works on port number 69. She's going to use this file transfer protocol to connect to a file server and transfer a file. That's right. In our case, this file is the bootloader grub. That's the actual grub logo. I love it. Once your Pixie has retrieved Mr. Grub and put him into your system's RAM, she's going to fly away. We don't need her anymore. Grub's going to start up, and he's going to go back out over the network, back over TFTP, to the same server where he's from to find his config file as well as his libraries. This config file has a special recipe with which our good chef will serve up our good old friend, the Linux kernel. This special recipe is the kernel command line. It's the initial command that starts your whole entire operating system before you're in it. And it's a little spooky because it's a lot of text. But no need to fear, we only really care about these bits in red. Now, these bits are the bits that Subiquity needs to provision your system. Subiquity needs these bits, not the kernel. We give this information to the kernel when we only care about Subiquity having this information. Why do we do that? The kernel sees this and ignores it and keeps going on doing kernel stuff. But this is, in fact, a clever hack. Because any piece of software, any user on the system can see this kernel command line. It's like writing in giant letters on the outside of your house that we're doing an auto install today. Every piece of software in the neighborhood knows what's going on. This first bit of information is the URL where your initial RAM disk is going to go to get the ISO. We need to download the whole entire ISO over the network into your RAM. That's because the kernel, the initial RAM disk, and grub, they're great, but they don't have all the components that you need in order to fully provision your system. So we have to pull the whole entire ISO. This second section down here is where Subiquity is going to look, also a URL, on the network for its config file. This is the directory it'll look in. It'll look for the user data file inside of there, which is its main configuration. With just this, you can accomplish Subiquity doing an auto install over the network. This is what a Subiquity screen looks like when it's good. And you're good to go. You did it. Congratulations. You've network installed Ubuntu. But what if you have no network? What about then? The goal here, instead of pulling things over the network, is to be able to plug in a flash drive, turn your machine on, and then go do literally anything else besides stare at a computer screen. This is pretty straightforward to do. You download the ISO, you get it on your computer, you unzip it, you put your config files in place, you update the checksums in the MD5 sum file so that the installer doesn't crash when it starts, and then you run this XOR-ISO command to recreate your ISO. The XOR-ISO command is scary and frightening, and I don't like it, and it keeps me up at night. And I didn't want to put it in the slides because, So I went looking for a better way. I thought, surely we can figure something out. This is 2026. I went looking and I found this Launchpad repository, which is actually the software that Canonical uses to produce the production ISOs. 2 days ago, when 2604 came out and you downloaded it, it came out of this piece of software right here. So I thought maybe if we look in the code, we can find a better way to generate the ISO with our configs already baked into it. Now in the web browser you have to log in, but not to git clone it. So you read the first README and you ignore it. And then you read the second README there, scroll all the way to the bottom and follow this GitHub link to find MW Hudson's LiveFS editor. For those of you unaware, MW Hudson is like the top Subiquity dude. He's in all the forum posts, he's in all the commit messages. This guy's Subiquities. And LiveFS Editor is his project which lets you edit Ubuntu Live Server CDs. It doesn't fit on a CD, but whatever. This is great. This is a perfect tool to create offline install ISOs. So says the README. And I've been using Subiquity for 4.5 years and I've never heard about it. How is it possible that I've never heard about this tool? It is an Ubuntu-specific tool. It was written by a Canonical employee on company time, and it does exactly what we want it to do. The README goes on to say that this is not technically considered to be a Canonical product, and you shouldn't expect any support when you go to use it. It then goes on to say that that section of the GPL, which says that this software is not fit for any particular purpose, is even more true than usual. It's even more true than it normally is that this free software is unfit. If we go and we look at some of the original commit messages, we'll find some stuff as well as some tweakery, which I love because those are what my commit messages look like on my personal projects. I don't know why this tool has been suppressed. I don't know why no one talks about it, why Canonical doesn't advertise it. It's a wonderful tool, and it's so much easier than that XOR ISO that we saw earlier. It's literally just LiveFS edit, the input ISO, an output path, and a single flag with the path to your user data file. That's it. You take the ISO that this command spits out, boot it on a VM or a piece of hardware, and Ubuntu just installs itself for you. You're done. It's so easy. In fact, I'll do it for you right now. I have a demo that I tested like 20 times. I'm sure it'll work. All right, is this text big enough for everybody? Did everybody say this? Anybody need it bigger? Okay, great. So here we have the live server ISO. This is just stock, downloaded from the internet. I didn't modify it except the file name at all. The user data file is my user data file. We are going to run this LiveFS edit command that we just saw on that input server ISO to the output with that single flag that we just talked about pointing to that user data file in the current directory. When we hit enter, this will do all of that unzipping, modifying, re-XOR ISOing. It'll even unsquash and re-squash your initial RAM disk for you. It does it all automatically. And this tool can do a lot more too. It can replace kernels, it can change kernel parameters, it can add packages to the installer or the installer pool. It's a really useful tool. Think of it less like replacing a config file and more like rapidly disassembling and then reassembling Noah's Ark, because you want to slightly rearrange the elephant exhibit. Now it's completed its rebuild of the ISO, and it even thanked us for our patience. We'll come down here to a virt install command. This is using libvirt to create a brand spanking new virtual machine. No network because it's broken right now. And a fresh disk with nothing on it. The only thing we are putting in is that ISO we just created in front of your very eyes in the CD-ROM drive. We can start this up. It'll take a second to allocate the QCOW file. And error validating. It's because I'm in the wrong directory. I told you I tested this a lot of times. And every time I was in the right directory. All right, there we go. So this will allocate the QCOW file. It'll spin up the VM on the wrong screen down here, which it did during demos too. I expected that. Now this is grub, or standard 30-second timeout. And we could click enter here in the interest of expediency, but we're going to get back to the presentation and come back to this when we're all done. So let me get back over to here. Everyone can see that again? All right, great. Now that we've got Subiquity running, let's take an actual look at how we go about configuring it. I mentioned earlier that Subiquity's main config file is the user data file. If you read the documentation or the source code or the log messages, you may see reference to metadata and vendor data, but they're not important. You can ignore them. They'll slightly speed up your boot if they exist and are empty files, but you really only need to care about the user data file. And this is where you can do all of that cool stuff that I talked about earlier that you can't do during the manual installer. This is where you can install additional packages during the build. When you go turn your machine on the first time, these packages will already be installed. You don't have to install them. Here, I'm installing a couple of network utilities that I like, as well as the client for my configuration management suite, SaltMinion. SaltMinion, though, is not in the default repositories, but that's okay because you can add additional repositories. You just give Subiquity the source deb URL, as well as the key ID. It'll go out to the key server and fetch that ID, then set up the repository for you and install the package from it. You can do anything that you want with packages. Anything you can set your mind to with packages, you can do during the initial installation automatically, which lets you pull some really cool tricks. I have a copy of the Ubuntu server ISO, the server ISO, that installs automatically Xubuntu Desktop, which kills at parties. Let's talk now about partitioning. Some people like to have one gigantic root partition, taking up all of the available space on their largest possible block device, formatted ext4 under LVM. If this is how you like your computers partitioned, you're in good luck, because Subiquity has it as one of the two defaults. It's only 4 lines to make that configuration happen. It's really easy. I personally don't like to have my systems partitioned that way. I typically like to have multiple smaller partitions, sometimes on different block devices or with different file systems mounted in different places, sometimes with LUX, sometimes with a swap disk. The configuration to make this happen is scarier than the XOR ISO command. It terrifies me, and I don't really want to get into this right now or ever. Would anyone like to type this out by hand? You nodded. Okay. All right. I don't want to type this out by hand either, and the good news is you don't have to. If you run through the manual installer once with the enter button 13 times and do your manual partitioning, it's hard work, but like power through, your final installed system will have this file, the auto install user data file, which is a file that Subiquity spits out after a manual install with everything you would have needed to make that install automatic. You can pull the storage section out of this config and plop it into your user data file for your partitioning, and Subiquity will crash because of some interesting design choices that Canonical made. But if you delete a couple of lines that aren't documented, and then you change a few things, you'll have a general purpose user data file that does the partitioning the way you want it, or at least the way I want it, on your system, on every system. What about the paperwork screen? Arguably the most interactive section of the installer. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes you have to type into. That's a lot of boxes. Can we automate this section? Can we automate the paperwork? Yes, you already saw that one coming. You can give it your real name, you can give it your username and your host name. But an interesting point is that this user data file will presumably be deployed across your whole infrastructure. So if you give it the host name of foobar, then every machine that you have is going to be named foobar. There used to be a hidden undocumented feature where if you put the name localhost in here, it would pull the host name over DHCP, which was great. It was wonderful. I used it all the time. And then they took that away without telling anyone because it wasn't documented in the first place. And you do need to have something in here. You can't just leave it blank. I tried. It gives an error about a malformed identity section or something. So you have to have a host name in there. You also have to give it your password, which the documentation says must be hashed. It goes on to not give you the command to produce that hashed password. I think they expect you to Google it or pull it out of your shadow file. Here it is. This is an OpenSSL command that will produce a hashed line for the password PW with the salt of foo. Replace them with your preference. And just like that, we have automated the paperwork. And like I said earlier, you can do extra stuff outside the scope of the installer using the auto installer. Early commands is a section of commands that run before the installer does anything else on the system. Before it starts up and does anything else, you can do anything you want in early commands. Here, we change the password of the installer user from its default of an undocumented random string to PW, something that we actually know. The advantage of this is that to monitor the installation, you no longer need a working LOM, you no longer need a crash cart, you no longer need an IP KVM. You can do it over SSH. You can SSH into the installer while it's running from your desk or your home or your phone or wherever you SSH from. The opposite side of early commands is late commands. And these are some commands that will run after Subiquity has done anything else as the final steps. This is where you can use a bash one-liner that's about this long to actually set your host name to whatever it is in DHCP. You can also put default files in place for default settings on any daemons. You can run scripts to do whatever you want to get your system up to a baseline level of configuration where your CM can take it from there and you don't have to do curling into bash after you do your initial boot. I will give you a heads up though. If you do anything in the root directory or from the root directory in this context in late commands, it'll be totally wiped out when you reboot because that's your initial RAM disk and it'll just go away. You actually need to do everything under /target. That is where your final built system is mounted in this stage. Not that the documentation bothers telling you that. There are more sections to the Subiquity config file as well. They're mostly small and inconsequential, but they're all documented and some of that documentation is pretty good. But that about covers the high points and the fun stuff that you can do with Subiquity. And it's a pretty good tool and it generally works pretty well. Generally. Sometimes I feel a lot like this guy and I'm sitting there at my desk trying to figure out why is the installer crashing again? Or why is it not even crashing? Why is it just dropping me into the manual installer? This is not what I wanted. For me, usually, because the user data file is a piece of YAML, it's because I forgot a colon or accidentally put in a tab character. I'm sometimes not doing the editing of the file on my workstation. It's on the server, and I don't have my vimrc, and so it's a fun time. But if you're not making a syntax error, then you're in luck, because you can troubleshoot live the system that just failed to build because Subiquity drops you into an emergency shell. This emergency shell, which is a fully functioning bash shell, is a little bit intimidating because it looks like this, and it doesn't get better when you realize that this is the command that failed and caused Subiquity to crash. But if you take the time, like half an hour, to read through this command, you'll find that it's a wrapper for a wrapper for a wrapper that sets a bunch of environment variables and uses full paths, and you don't need all that. You can strip it down to just a single wrapper around apt update and your target, and you can run it, and you can see the error message, and you can fix that error message, and then continue to be on your merry way. Here, we can see that the error message is, no, there's no error message actually. It ran totally successfully. So if we want to see the actual error that it spat out during runtime, we have to look at the crash logs, which are in var crash. Now, much like the rescue shell, they're slightly intimidating. They start with the entirety of D message, and then they end with that stuff. I don't know. But you're in a pager, so if you can type the command that failed, you can search for it and you can find it. And then you can scroll down a little bit, and you can find the error that it spat out. And here we see that the expected and the actual size of the package list were different. apt will even speculate for you that this might be due to a mirror sync in progress. A mirror sync is a regular piece of package repository maintenance. This happens any day of the week, any hour of the day, and you're expected to just move on with it. But Subiquity throws an error when that happens. So maybe that's why your build failed. Or maybe your build failed because the repository was down for an entire workday again. In the 4.5 years that I've been using Subiquity, this section, the downloading and installing of security updates, is the most error-prone section. It's where I have seen the most failures. So let's just disable it. It's error-prone, and it takes a long time just sitting there doing updates. And I could do that later when I'm doing other stuff anyways, or maybe this is a test machine that I'm just going to blow away as soon as it's done building. How do we disable the security updates? You cannot. Because why would you want to? Because every time the security updates fail, Subiquity fails. And you can't just restart it. You have to reboot your whole entire machine when Subiquity fails. On a virtual machine, fine, who cares, no big deal. On a 15-year-old piece of Dell hardware that has no support and takes a half hour to initialize the firmware, you have to sit there and wait and see if you have to reboot it a third time today before lunch to see if you have to increase your outage window's duration. If anyone from Canonical, particularly if MW Hudson, ever sees the presentation, please give me a way to disable these. I have a reason. Or make Subiquity persist through their failure, make it at least be able to continue with the installation and finish its final tasks. Or give me a reset button, some command that I can run from that rescue shell to restart Subiquity from the top and just give it another try. And I don't have to sit there and wait. That about covers everything that I have for you today. I've shown you how to install Ubuntu without touching the controls at all. How to do it in any environment on any piece of hardware. And what to do when things go terribly, terribly wrong. Like I said at the top, there were a lot of technical details that I couldn't put in this talk. You can find all of those and more at my website, puncto.org. You have all been a wonderful audience. I've been your speaker, Romeo. I'd like to give a big thanks to my cat, his name is Max, for helping me so much with these slides. And a big thanks to you for coming to an early talk on a Saturday. I don't know about you, but like, sleep? Give yourself a big round of applause. You guys rock. If you have any feedback for this presentation, you can tell it to my face and tell me that it was stupid and I suck. It's okay, I can take it. Or if you prefer, you can scan this QR code that Linux Fest gave me through Sessionize. I'm pretty sure this is valid now for the next 24 hours. And this is, I believe, anonymized feedback. If you scan this and fill it out, it'll give the feedback to the Linux Fest organizers, myself, and Max. It'll let the Linux Fest organizers build a better conference next year and help me to give a better presentation next time. It'll help Max to keep me on track. And, oh, it's time to check the installer. So, it has completed, and this is what it looks like when it first completes. This is the same libvirt window that we started earlier that you remember, and we can log in. There we go. Totally automated. We didn't touch a single button after booting that up. I'll switch back to this. And I think we have time for any questions.
What's your cat's name?
Max. Maximum forehead, but he responds to Max or Hi Max.
How many combined hours was this journey of yours?
120? No. Figuring out the question was how many combined hours was the journey? Roughly 120, I would guess. Probably about 3 weeks of total work spread across the course of 4.5 years. The hardest part was figuring out the storage section. At first I saw it and I was like, and so I wrote my own stuff to do it, and it was janky. So I instead buckled down and spent the 6 hours to figure out the storage config. Yeah.
In what language is Subiquity written in, and has anyone considered community patching?
Subiquity is written in Python. And has anyone considered community patching? I'm sure people have considered it. I once spent 2 days tracking down a bug in Subiquity. And I fixed it on my own local setup, and I put in a bug request, and that was 2-3 years ago, and they haven't responded. But you can create your own. It's as a snap inside the ISO, so you can create your own Subiquity snap, and you can use LiveFS editor to inject that snap into the ISO. All right. Well, I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm thinking
Alright,
about
turn this off.
like installing the operating system for basic users, like at a free geek or
Yeah.
And I want to change all the skeleton stuff to make the configuration for KDE the way I want.
Okay.
So that seems like something to do in this. Like have like
Oh.
included like scripts or something to modify
Good to see you, Doug.
skeleton or put my
Yeah, you could absolutely write a script to do that, or do it just with straight commands inside of the late commands section. Just make sure you're putting it in /target/etc. But yeah, you can set that up easily.
Now, there's, it seems like there were certain elements of this that are pretty Ubuntu specific.
Yeah, I don't know that Subiquity works on anything besides Ubuntu. It's a canonical product.
I've never heard of it, so I don't use much Ubuntu.
Okay.
But use a little bit of it. Yeah, and I like to stay with things that I can run across my distribution.
Yeah, there's I think that FAI, fully automated installation, supports Ubuntu. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's a cross-platform tool that does multiple distros.
Yeah.
I imagine, though, that it's just winds up being a wrapper for Subiquity.
I did an awful lot of things with using a tool here or there, and using a lot of my own hacks.
Yeah.
And I'm a little better, sure. Some of which we get automatically triggered as this is included the first boot, something like that. But that's clumsy.
A little bit. Yeah. I use Ubuntu on everything. All my workstations, I am in charge of the data center at work. So
Well, my favorite distribution is whatever one client is.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks everybody for coming.
Max needs a better photographer.
Huh?
Max should have an opportunity to take a better picture.
I guess it's a little blown out on this screen. On this screen, it looks great.
No, that picture's perfect.
He's eyeballing the feedback to get you to scan it and reply to the Linux Fest organizers so that they can be like, oh, this guy, we should give him more talks.
Adorable piece of the whole later.
Yeah, so many of my pictures of Max are just like, there's a black blur, because he moves so much. He'll be still for hours, not move at all, and then I go to take a picture of him, and he like wakes up and he vibrates.
So you're saying every photograph of your cat is a little fuzzy?
A little fuzzy, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all right, I'll unplug this and get that going. All right, no signal, that's fine. You good? Thanks for coming.
Yeah, those are good talk. Great talk.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Pacing.
Fill out the feedback.
Oh.
Best talk I've seen all day.
Yeah.
Oh. I got my remote, I got my thingy, I got this. Thanks, man. Alright, yeah, let's go drop stuff off in the car.
And now the weekend is
Yeah.
functional framework, I think it's.
I am going to choose to go for the 1125. The 1125, 234, you're going to go into security perimeter security special fundamentals. I'm going to go to the local offline AI, which is actually 236 for doing this now. Because I want to see what that is. Yeah, that one. I got to go in back. So I'm going to do that first.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like
Where's she right now?
she's in room. I'm gonna find out. I have the list here. She's in room 236. So she's just down the hall. I see. So Jathan should go there, and she should come here.
Yeah, I don't need that. I already know all I need to know about that. Local offline AI. I'm good.
Your stuff fell out. Hey. Did Jathan make it? Cool. Yeah. Okay, he's there. That's good. Yeah, sometimes it's just like one person's waiting for another person, waiting for another person. Hunter already left here and went to cover Josh. So it's like, yeah.
I honestly think that maybe we should. That's kind of like maybe we should have it where like one of the captains says someone like for a good chunk of the game. I can see where that could cause
Like having
problems.
shifts?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what Britain's actually doing in 204 right now.
That's why
Britain's in the whole morning.
my initial plan was just try to say 236 as much as I could, but then I was really like this out.
Yeah, that's alright. We see this. We're all working together. We're figuring it out. And then yeah, you're good to get this set up. It looks like you're already in. Perfect. You didn't even need our help. Yeah. Over here. There's a little, same as the other room.
Oh, okay.
You got your little.
I can see it from over there.
Yeah. Cool. And you got 10 minutes.
Okay.
That's working. Ah, you're good to go.
Like do a lap so they go.
That's awesome. Just like 3 people in there.
Is your last name pronounced Palmershine? Okay, just making sure.
No, that was great. I never get it pronounced correctly. I just assume if somebody starts to mumble and not know exactly what they're trying to say, it's me.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I have a weird name, so I get it.
I like unique names. It makes it you know who they're talking to instead of just a generic name.
That's true.
Hello there.
I thought you were gonna miss it. I was gonna be a little bit mad.
Do you have the
I'm
camera?
not gonna
Okay.
mess with it. It's fine. They like me more. Mine will probably still be posted.
I can't blame them.
Except for I don't know if you saw the line down the hall for 236. That one must be popular. I didn't look at the schedule because I was speaking at this time.
Yeah, the booth was unattended for a couple minutes.
Yeah. It's not the end of the world. Mine's been unattended all morning.
Looks like right now CC 236 has local offline AI. That,
Yeah.
That's probably why
You
it's
should have
on
put
here.
MCP in your talking. You would have.
If you use the keyword AI, people will come flooding.
Apparently.
too complex, like I said, building your own Linux router with AI. Just put AI in the title and people will come to it. It's the best.
Well, maybe next year I'll have we just had some things about AI for RSA.
Do you need me to shake you out before you talk? Ready?
Thanks. I haven't had as much time to be nervous because I've been trying to get everybody else's talk squared away.
Ancient Judah.
Huh?
Ancient Judah.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Whoever Johnson's this and like doing that to people.
He'd giggle. So what program are you in?
I graduated from this college,
Okay.
but I currently work as an advanced repair agent in Geek School.
Nice.
So trying to get, like at least some basic level of like experience.
Yeah. Helped us because where you start typically.
Yeah, that's true. How long have you been working for Bitwarden?
Just celebrated my 2-year anniversary in April, or
Oh,
April 1st.
congrats.
So yeah, I absolutely love it. I was like a diehard evangelist well before I started working here, so it was cool to get paid to do it now.
Yeah. Okay, well this is Shelby Palmersheim here to talk about Bitwarden.
All right, thank you for the introduction. So this talk is securing the perimeter. We're going to talk about some basic security fundamentals. My name is Shelby. I'm in the Matrix room as Akela. I'm the technical marketing manager at Bitwarden, which really just means I get to give demos and trainings to customers and like talk about all the cool parts of the product. I answer security questionnaires, so all the little nitty-gritty technical details I get to be involved with, so pretty cool. Previously, I worked at Offensive Security, or OffSec, designing vulnerable machines, which was really cool. I'd give a given scenario and then have to make a machine that was susceptible to whatever vulnerability. TryHackMe managed a team of development engineers for pretty much what I was doing at OffSec. And then several local MSPs from where we're from, so help desk, all of the end user support stuff. I've been there trying to combat a lot of the things that we're going to talk about in today's session and how to make sure we're having good password hygiene and credential management. So one of the biggest issues we see, this is a survey that Bitwarden did in 2024, but the data is still fairly relevant. I'm actually doing the same survey right now, so I can't use the data. Last year we did one that was mostly focused on like generational differences, and I still think that this one is still easier to kind of parse out where people are storing like passwords. So most people are still just using their memory. If you're like me, I can't remember if I ate breakfast, so the fact that I have to remember a password probably means that I'm going to be using it everywhere because I don't want to have to remember multiple different passwords. That leads to a lot of vulnerabilities just in that storage method alone. Pen and paper, that's not scalable. If you write it down somewhere and then need to remember what it is, kind of need to remember where that is, or have it with you all the time, which is also not super secure. A password management software, so a dedicated password manager, becoming more popular, but still not as popular as obviously we want. Those same storage habits are seen at work, so most people are still remembering the same password for every system they're using at work, which is really scary because if you get compromised with one account, that means then everything is vulnerable. And so that risk of password reuse from keeping everything in your memory is pretty high. You'll see here statistics on how many passwords people are reusing is a little bit alarming. Even reusing the same password in more than one place is a risky behavior that you can really easily mitigate. So at work, a lot of people are still reusing the same password everywhere. This is especially popular for like admin teams who have to have shared passwords and they don't have a way to do that securely, and they have to have the same admin password on every networking device or something like that so that it's easy to share that knowledge with their team. So some of those other risky habits that we see people use at work. So using passwords that contain personal info. Those are super easy to socially engineer, guess, and try to get into people's accounts. Storing work passwords insecurely, whether that's a sticky note under a keyboard, and yes, I've seen that out in the wild. Or a CSV on their desktop that's not encrypted and in plain text that's called passwords on their desktop. All of that is not where you want to store those passwords. Not using 2FA, which this is a super simple way to secure your password, even if you have something like my dog Fluffy 123, having MFA turned on eliminates that as a weak point. And then sharing those passwords insecurely. So that could be sending it through an email, Teams, Slack, whatever. We don't want to send plain text passwords. That's not ideal. So having a way to do that can mitigate some of those risks. So this is probably pretty simple of a concept, but your password matters for several reasons. So this is your first line of defense for all of your information. So whether that's your banking information, your Netflix, it doesn't matter. Your password is that first line of defense from keeping all of your information secure. It's a security risk if it gets compromised because, like I showcased on those previous slides, most people aren't storing their passwords well. They're reusing the same password. It's probably something super simple. And so that is giving unauthorized access and can lead to system compromise when one of those passwords does get exposed. And then the breach ripple effect. If somebody gets access to one of those passwords, they can try it on everything else. They can pivot and get lateral movement or escalate privileges. Lots of interesting things that can happen with just one password. Identity theft, somebody can impersonate you, hijack your accounts, have access to your banking information or your systems at work and cause you all kinds of issues. Financial impact, so you can have legal consequences if it was something that is regulated or work-related. Fines, reputation damage. If you are the responsible party for your company having a data breach, that's going to obviously affect your career and your company's reputation as well. So some of the strong habits we recommend, unique passwords. I will say this until I am blue in my face. You should never use the same password multiple places. And it's super easy to do some of these habits with some of the tools we'll talk about in just a minute. Strong, complex passwords, something that's not easily guessed. I don't think I know any of my passwords except for one, and that's by design. I don't want to know what those are. I want it to be something that not even I can remember. and that makes it easier to keep secure. MFA, I mentioned this earlier too, having that extra level of authentication prevents access to your account without your approval, so just kind of keeps you a little bit more locked down. And then dedicated password managers. These are places where you can store all of those unique passwords. Some of those even have the ability to generate random complex passwords for you so that you don't have to think about it. Built-in password managers like Chrome or Safari, things like that, they're fine for storing your password, but they don't care if you use the same password everywhere, and by the nature of the way they're built, they're a little more vulnerable should something happen to your system or your browser gets compromised. Dedicated password managers now have zero-knowledge encryption, so even if something happened to the company itself that is hosting your data, nobody can read it. It's encrypted. They can't get any of the passwords or the credentials from that. It's end-to-end encrypted from the time that it leaves your machine. Another cool thing that we can start to do is using passkeys. So if you don't know what passkeys are, they're cryptographic pairs, so you don't have any more shared secrets. They're, as of today, phishing immune to phishing attempts because they only work on verified sites. Breach resistant because there's nothing to steal from the server. It's verified by your device and not the web, so it's local authorization. And Bitwarden, which we'll talk about in a little bit, can sync all of those passkeys so that you don't have to worry about it being on one device and not on another. So why should you use a password manager? I mentioned already end-to-end encrypted. You don't have to worry about your data floating out there in the ether in plain text or anything happening in the middle of leaving your machine out to being stored on a data center somewhere. That is all encrypted, so nobody can see it. Zero-knowledge architecture. You lock yourself out of your vault, we can't even help you. It's super secure. You know that your data is protected. We have MFA, or password managers, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Typically have MFA and passkey support. This is a key consideration when you are looking for a solution to make sure that they have those so that you can add that extra layer of security to all of your logins. Platform and device compatibility. Probably a lot of us use Linux, and we want to make sure that that is a platform that is supported by our solution. So having the ability to use it where we want to is important. Not every solution has the ability to work on every platform. So making sure what you are looking at for a solution does check all of those boxes for you. And then autofill and auto capture. These are super cool because if you want to log into a website, you don't want to have to click on a bunch of buttons or do anything. Just have it recommend what you want to log in with. Autofill is also something that can prevent phishing attempts because it is built-in URL matching can prevent you from being prompted to put your password into a site that doesn't match that same website that you think you're logging into. Auto capture is nice because if you are creating an account, you create your password, maybe it's something that's given to you by somebody else, so you have to use a specific login or password. Auto capture can be like, hey, do you want to save this? Or you've updated it, do you want to update this credential in your vault? Secure sharing, I mentioned that was one of the issues with some of the risky behaviors at work, is not being able to share those credentials securely. So having the ability to share those with your team makes it easier to keep those from being compromised. Password generator, this is nice because again, you just push a button, then it comes up with a nice random unique password that I couldn't tell you what it is off the top of my head, but we don't need to know that if we're using a password manager. When you're looking at different options, pricing and plans are going to be important considerations. You need to find the tool that meets your needs, regardless of if it's Bitwarden. We want to make sure that you're finding a solution that has all the bells and whistles that you want, that's affordable for you, that you're going to be able to use consistently. Another consideration that is probably a lot more popular in this crowd than a lot of the other places that I give this talk is open source versus proprietary. There's a lot of stigma about open source being less secure with security tools, but it's actually shifting, that companies are focusing more on open source security tools now because they're audited by the public. People are trying to actively find vulnerabilities, so that means by nature they're going to be more secure because we're trying to fix that as soon as people find those issues. Publicly audited, so you can see literally everything that's happening. There's nothing that's black box behind closed doors. You know everything that you're getting with that product. Whereas some of the proprietary options may not have that visibility. Something that you're storing all of your sensitive data in, you kind of want to have that knowledge. Making sure you can back up and recover all of this sensitive information if you're storing it in one place is another consideration that you want to have, because if you don't have a way to back that up, you're relying on that service to have all that sensitive information, and we want to make sure that we can get into our account with account recovery if we need to, or have those automated backups so our data is always there for us. And then as you're evaluating solutions, reputation, and reviews, if they had a breach, how did they handle it? It's not the end of the world if a company has a breach, but how did they handle it? That's a huge factor. Like, did they kind of try to hide it? Did they, what happened? And then reviews. You go out onto Reddit, you find a lot of really candid feedback. So you can get a lot of really good insight to how customers actually feel about the product. Those are good considerations as you're investigating any security tools, to go out there and read reviews of other people who are using the product. So now I'm going to jump into, to be clear, I've been an evangelist about Bitwarden long before I worked here. It's a really cool tool, and it's just getting cooler the more I've been involved with it. Bitwarden has a password generator built in, so you can just click the button, get the random string of characters. You can even set the parameters if there's certain characters you don't want it to generate. That's all configurable in there. You can store and organize your passwords. I started storing my credit card in there after I got compromised while we were at a different conference. I got my credit card stolen, so I was storing it everywhere I needed to put my credit card in a payment portal somewhere. I have no idea. And I no longer store it in payment portals because I can autofill my credit card information from Bitwarden, and it's stored with end-to-end encryption. You can even store like things that might have been a sticky note, PIN codes to doors. I have my insurance card information in there, and then I can attach a PDF of the front and the back of it. It's lots of ways that you can store potentially sensitive or just random pieces of data that you want to put in there. Cross-platform access, again, you want to be able to use the tool that you're using everywhere you have devices. So all the major browsers are supported: Linux, Mac, Windows, Android. We even have a CLI, and I'm trying to think. We have Web Vault, literally a bunch of different ways that you can interface with Bitwarden. Secure information sharing. We have a feature called Bitwarden Send, so you can send an ephemeral link with a text or a file to someone that does not have to have a Bitwarden account. They just have to have that link. You can even now specify a specific email address to send that to, so that they have to authenticate with it, get a code to their email, and then be able to access that link, or you can password protect it. There's lots of really cool parameters that you can set depending on the type of information that you're sharing. My favorite is the Mission Impossible self-destruct, you can only access this link once. That's kind of cool. And then again, end-to-end encrypted. You don't have to worry about anybody getting their hands on your data. It's on your machine, then it's encrypted, and nobody can read it. So there's a couple of different options if you're curious. If you're not already a Bitwarden user, the free plan, there's always going to be a free plan. It has all of the basic features that you need to be able to be successful and keep your data secure online. You can use it on all your devices. There's no limit to how many passwords you can store. It's synced to everything. If I add a password on my laptop, it's also on my phone. I don't have to worry about doing anything extra. Have that cool password generator I talked about, autofill, passkeys. It has some basic 2FA on the free version so that you can still set up two-step login methods for accessing your vault. And then the premium plan, which I I don't remember, we just went through a price change, but it was like, I think $20 a year for the premium features. And it has the TOTP that you can then fill in for those codes that's just tied to that item. If you don't want to store all of your stuff in the same password manager that you're using, we also have a dedicated standalone authenticator app that you don't have to sync with your vault. Also have health reports in the premium plan, which are nice because they allow you to check to see if you have any reused passwords, anything that might be considered weak. Or we have a data breach report that can see if that value exists on a data breach list somewhere, and then you can see all those, change it, and make sure that your security posture is just a little bit better. Emergency access allows you to grant somebody else, in the event that something happens to you, significant other, whatever, emergency access into your vault, so that information doesn't just go away into the ether. If you can't access your vault. So like I have my husband set up as an emergency access. If something happens, then he can get in and get any of the passwords to my accounts that he needs. And then some advanced 2FA options in the premium plan where you can set up hardware keys. I love my hardware keys. They're great. So I have that set up as MFA for my vault, so I have to have that in order to authenticate and decrypt my vault. Just more security. I'm a security person, obviously. We just released, and this is an enterprise feature, but it's something cool that we can do now on the enterprise side. So access intelligence is a way that administrators, if you're using Bitwarden in an enterprise, can identify critical applications and then get alerted when those critical applications have a potential password that's either weak, reused, or in the data breach list. And then they can push out a notification to anybody who has access to that item and that prompts them to change that. Gives them a little bit more of like a dashboard or a centralized place that they can see all of that information. Anything that's stored in the organization, then they can action on. So just a little bit more kind of visibility into things that we're storing in an enterprise level. So secrets are still important too. If you're a developer or have any like API keys or anything like that, we can store secrets in the same manner that we store passwords with tools to do that without having to have things hard-coded in our repository somewhere, having secrets leaked somewhere. So secrets are things that are used machine to machine, integration keys, service and application identities, automated infrastructure credentials. You might have those lingering. You might not. You might not be a user that is concerned with secrets. But having exposed secrets does give you a level of exposure that's not necessarily a positive thing. Compromised repositories from a report from GitGuardian. When they did a investigation, there was 35% of private repos had exposed secrets. Just because it's a private repo doesn't mean you should have secrets in there. Global exposure, there's 100,000 public images that had valid keys in their repo. So having that access to those keys is not necessarily a good thing. And then AI-assisted breaches found 6% of Copilot-enabled repos had secrets exposed. So making sure that we have somewhere to store those securely and then programmatically access those is important if we're concerned about using secrets. Your secrets matter, just like your passwords, because if something happens to a secret and it gets compromised, you have to manually go in and rotate that secret. It can cause production outages, oops moments. We like to try to avoid those. Can make those small gaps for security into a massive data breach. We want to try to avoid that. And can compromise identity, financial risk, and data breaches just like a password. So Bitwarden Secrets Manager is a way that we can store those secrets. It's end-to-end encrypted just like Password Manager. Fairly easy to use. Unlimited secret storage. It's open source as well. You have a UID instead of secret in your repository that it calls then that secret stored in Bitwarden Secrets Manager, and we don't have to worry about hard-coded secrets. I kind of went super fast, and I'm so sorry. I'm not nervous at all. So there's a lot of really cool resources out there if you're interested in learning more about Bitwarden. We also have other resources that aren't necessarily, they're on our site, but they're still valid, useful pieces of information. We have comparison charts if you're interested too for competitors or just like general best practices for security. So the Help Center, lots of really cool documentation. Everything Bitwarden lives out there on the Help Center. It's actually kind of cumbersome now because we have so much information. The search feature is really nice now. You can search in keywords and find the relevant articles you're looking for. We just implemented a courses tab that has more like video guides on how to do stuff. So if you need to share with a family member how to pin the extension or something like that, makes it nice to do that. For all of the products that we have, all that information is out there on the Help Center. If you're curious, we do have a 7-day free trial for the enterprise if you want to kick the tires and see if it meets your needs. If you're looking for a business solution, otherwise I mentioned we have the free version of the password manager for personal use as well. And then the community forums, this is where if you have questions or want to chat with people, whether it's Bitwarden employees are out there or just really super passionate individuals in the community answering questions, bug reports, things like that. Super cool to see that interaction. But I didn't mention we have a families plan too that has pretty much the same look and feel as the enterprise, but you can manage like a 6-person org. Have it for my teenagers, so as they're starting to look for jobs, I'm not getting a text message asking for their social security number, which scares me. So they have access to all that sensitive information securely without having to, wait for me to help them with it. And then we can give them access to a collection so they can't see each other's passwords, because that would be cool. Yeah, that is all I have. I am super open to questions. I love to chat about this. I will all day, every day, but kind of went super fast. Yeah.
Can you talk about what the recovery process was for your credit card? How did the Bitwarden Families Plan help out with that?
Yeah, so we were sitting at KubeCon at the aquarium, killing time, visiting some sea lions, and noticed that I had a transaction on my credit card, called the bank, whatever, they turned it off. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is fine. But then I realized I have a bunch of things that use that card for renewals and subscriptions, and because I'm the one that handles all of that, it's like, oh no, what am I gonna do? So he shared his credit card in Bitwarden. I was able to autofill that into all the services that I need to get things moving back and restored to functioning. And then I didn't actually really need a credit card that whole trip because my bank wasn't there. I couldn't just go get a new card. So that was how I functioned for the rest of that week. It was really handy to have that and not need to panic because I'm traveling and don't have my credit card. So being able to do that was super handy.
Yeah, that was the big part, was I just had to put my credit card in Bitwarden and you could do everything and I can continue to be lazy and enjoy it.
Yeah, or the kids both have jobs now and have needed things out of their logins to school things, and he and I can manage it, but they can access and do everything that they need to, so it's super cool. Yeah.
I've made that compromise where I'm storing my 2FA sources inside my vault next to my passwords. I realize that's a compromise of security, but it's really convenient. How do you
I do it too.
Thoughts on that?
No, so if it makes it easier for you to have MFA, that's definitely the way to do it. Because if it's another step and you're not going to do it because it's too much of a hassle, it really kind of defeats the purpose. Storing it all in an encrypted single bucket isn't necessarily, to me, it's not that scary, and I'm scared of a lot of things because I know that my data is secure. I don't leave my vault unlocked. I don't do all the sketchy things that might leave me open to that as a vulnerability. But if you do want to, you can always migrate those TOTP codes to the standalone app. We have a nice sync that you can then turn off if you don't want to have that always on. There's lots of different options that you can do for that. But I don't personally see anything wrong with having those stored in there, because as long as you have that turned on, that's just like whatever makes it easiest for you to have that. If that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yes.
So you said the secrets manager can do things like device-to-device keys. So can you use Bitwarden to do like SSH or GPG keys? And if you can, what's that process like?
So actually the password manager now has a built-in SSH agent that you can use as a desktop app. Personally, I don't. What? Are you making that face for me? Oh, you need to watch my deep dives more often. I don't personally use it very often. Matthias, do you have anything to speak to that? You're more of my technical go-to person.
I don't move my SSH keys between boxes, so I'm a horrible person to talk to this about.
Yeah, no, I know we do have an SSH agent that you can store all of that in, and it'll let you authenticate. There's more information out on our website. I have a lot of like the end user side knowledge and can talk to a lot of the admin stuff, but as far as like the super technical stuff, it gets a little bit challenging for me because I don't use it that way as much.
When you say you don't move your SSH keys between boxes, is that like from a security practice?
Like, I just generate the private key on one machine, and I use Ansible previously, I used FreeIPA to make deploying new public key easy enough that I didn't feel the need to send SSH keys. If I had to do it now, I'd use Bitwarden's SSH agent, but I just made deploying new public key easy.
How about GPG keys?
I'm not sure. I think you would just store it as like a private note or something.
Yes, a note.
That's exactly what you do. I store my GPG key in Bitwarden.
Thanks,
Okay.
Stefan.
So, what I do for my GPG key is there's a secret in Bitwarden that contains both the key file itself as well as the password for the GPG key. And so then it's a one-time operation per machine to put the GPG key on the machine. And then it's an every-time operation to go retrieve the password from Bitwarden to then unlock the GPG key.
Yeah.
Meaning it doesn't sit vulnerable on the machine.
Yeah, so the note that he's talking about is a kind of, I almost call it like a catch-all, but it's really cool, like, customizable way that you can store anything that doesn't match like a login, credit card, or identity for autofill. Because you can create custom fields, you can add attachments, like there's all kinds of cool stuff that you can do in there. And like I mentioned, I have like my insurance card, and each of the fields that I have on that card I have as a custom field, and then a PDF attached to it. So whatever you feel like storing in there, you can do with a note.
With a login, you can also just not put the normal information in there, and then you can add custom fields to that, and the custom fields will only show up, so you can kind of create your own adventure.
And custom fields, yeah, create your own adventure. Custom fields are cool too, because you can have a linked custom field. So if you have something like AWS that has 3 login fields that you have to populate, you can still use autofill and use those values there too. Yeah.
I use another service I won't mention, but if I want to migrate to Bitwarden, do I have to export all my credits as a CSV and import into Bitwarden, or is there a more elegant way to accomplish?
Depending on the solution, a couple of solutions we have direct importers for. For the desktop app, you can direct import from, I think, all the Chromium-based browsers. I'm not entirely sure. We were having an issue with Chrome at one point, but we're trying to eliminate the fact that you'd have to download that CSV and then have that on, in plain text for a moment. We do have a direct importer from LastPass where you just put in your account information and it pulls it over. That we developed when we had the LastPass issues, a couple years ago. So that one, we kind of try to make it easier for people to pull in their data, and we're still actively developing easier import methods as we find a need for them. But a CSV is a way to do that. Then you would just try to make sure you completely, permanently deleted it from wherever you pulled it down. Yeah.
So you briefly touched on MFA as well as passkeys. There's a lot of websites that will use passkeys and MFA at the same time. So what's your opinion on MFA with a passkey? Is it redundant or is it a good idea?
So a lot of sites now will ask you if you want to use a passkey, but in the event that whatever like if something's being goofy with a passkey, the site's not taking it, whatever, I still always have a password and a MFA method so that I can get into it another way. So I don't necessarily think it's redundant. Also, because Bitwarden handles it so nicely, it's really not any more extra steps for me to do, because like autofill will actually pull down the TOTP code that you can just click and it'll fill. If you're filling in a username and password, it'll actually put that TOTP code on your clipboard, then you can paste it. But I don't know how many times I've missed that 30-second window. So the little drop down is nice now for autofill, because then I don't have to worry about going to find it again. So I don't think it's redundant. If you can, I would have as many factors of authentication if it's something that I'm willing to do and it's easy to do with whatever tool I'm using. Hi.
And does Bitwarden have any tools to aid in passkey management or migration between machines?
Yeah, Bitwarden actually works directly with the FIDO Alliance so that we have the ability to export and import from whatever you're storing your passkeys in. You can import passkeys. I don't remember exactly how to do it. I know it's all documented on our website. But yes. Yeah.
I use a different solution that I won't mention, but I know a lot of these solutions, and I assume Bitwarden have integrations with like Apple Touch ID and Windows Hello to help you unlock, and maybe
yes.
every 2 weeks you have to put in a password or whatever, so it's not a forever solution. But do you trust those other systems to help you access your password vault?
So it's kind of, it depends on your security appetite or your risk appetite and where you sit with, you know, do you feel comfortable trusting your machine to be able to unlock your vault? I see people setting up biometrics with their mobile devices, which biometrics is pretty okay for unlocking your vault. Some folks who use a PIN for unlocking their vault, that's whatever. But whatever makes it easier for you to use. Because if you're not using anything, then obviously that's not recommended. For instance, if you wanted to use like biometrics or a PIN with the browser extension, you'd have to have the desktop app to integrate with like Hello or the Mac, whatever it is. I don't Mac. Yeah. So yeah, you'd have to have that integration to be able to then talk with the system. But yeah.
Once I give Bitwarden all my passwords, and whether encrypted or not, that opens up the possibility that the government's going to ask you to give them all to you. Is there anything you can assure me that can't happen?
I mean, we can. They wouldn't be able to do anything with it. It's
they could force you to build a keylogger into the browser plugin.
Nope. We can't. Huh?
Why do you shake your head? Why can't they do that?
Because it doesn't. We never touch it when it's unencrypted, and we won't. That's not they can't help me.
There's two different threats you've mentioned at the same time. One of them is what if Bitwarden subpoenas, or what if Bitwarden gets subpoenaed for like their vault? If they get their vault, it's like encrypted with, I think Argon 2 is the default now, which is, as far as we know, you get a Fields Medal in Winnet Mathematics if you can crack. Like there's no compromise for that algorithm. So it would be basically like what Molvad does when the feds go ask for their logs and they hand them an empty text file. It's effectively the same thing. It's just they're handing them a bag of garbage and be like,
you'd have a better luck reading Wingdings.
If the feds made them release something defective in the program, it would show up in GitHub because that's where the official releases go. So there would be a public audit trail of like, there was a commit that looks very suspect and it's publicly auditable.
And then there'd be 1,000 forks.
Yeah, there'd be 1,000 forks, there'd be a big hullabaloo. Our community is very vocal if there's any sort of issues. Like I mentioned, Reddit for reputation or reviews. Brutally honest feedback out there. Some good, some bad. And that's totally fine. Like everybody has an opinion, a use case, and a scenario where we may or may not work for them. Yeah.
So, to piggyback off of what you said, you could very easily, because Bitwarden releases their own binaries, you could create a change internally and then release that to things like the App Store or Play Store, Chrome Store for web browsers, etc. But there is a way to get around that. If you go and download the source code, you can build it yourself and then have your own extensions and so on. But as well as, I believe all of the ones on GitHub directly are built through Actions, which would have an audit trail back to the repository. So if you install your own extensions and your own APKs or whatever, what have you, depending on your OS, directly from GitHub, then the likelihood of that getting through without people noticing is very, very, very slim.
And you can also self-host Bitwarden. Like, if you don't want to trust us to hold on to your data, you can self-host it. There's a Bitwarden Lite version that's super resource efficient, that doesn't require all of the heavy lifting from the enterprise version. So lots of cool things that you can do if you want to, self-custody all of your data. Any other questions, comments? Yeah.
Are the features inside the premium model all open source too?
Mm-hmm. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
We've got to close up for lunch right now, guys. So,
okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Gotta clear the room.
Perfect timing. I'm okay with either. I'm hungry too.
Self-hosting parts. How about the federal subpoena? Just hosting yourself.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say the name, but it's Keeper.
Oh yeah. They show up a lot on our competitor, people compare. There's not a direct importer yet, but I think it is on the roadmap for Keeper. But yeah, you can download the CSV and then just make sure that you're very diligent about deleting that CSV. Yeah.
I just thought of something. Is there an ability to do other than just a PIN for a relatively quick unlock? I like my master password to be pretty.
Yeah.
Well, on my Linux machines, biometrics don't work. So,
you can unlock with passkeys now too. So if you had a hardware key
or a key or something like that.
I don't.
They're like $20, and then you can have that hardware key. So then you have to have that physical thing. Yeah. And I didn't know I was going to have a booth, but we have a booth downstairs. So if you have any more questions this weekend.
Excuse me, guys.
Bitwarden has
Do you mind if you walk outside? Gotta get this sorted out. Someone left a soda here, if that's anyone there.
Not ours.
Okay, great.
No, I understand how this works. You can't leave the room unattended.
Yep.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
That would be super fun.
Thank you so much.
Oh, not at all.
You can head over to.
I was going to bring friends today, but no one wanted to come with me. So it's all right. You said.
since you asked so nice.
Welcome, welcome.
Wow.
Interesting.
Salty.
Yeah. Let's see, where is that? Anyway. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, now it doesn't have curse words on there. I'm glad we added the censoring.
Not yet.
Yeah.
It work.
I guess if we try hard enough, we could get some on there. All right. Let's check the audio levels. Testing. Yep. Those are words. Cool. Justin opened it for us.
Oh, Justin. Okay, Justin's great.
It was just in time.
What was that?
Just in time.
Just. We also have a bag of like a whole bunch of cables and stuff. We call it the just in case.
Do we need Do we need to adjust all of these cameras to be a little farther away from the systems?
I don't know.
We do have extenders. That's what I'm saying. I know this is probably the.
I literally just got here and I was in the other room before, so I have no idea if the camera is a suitable difference.
What does it look like right now?
It's a little close.
Honestly, what I'd put is like back there.
Here.
And then, but you can't really do that, unfortunately.
It's a little bit
I'll get you an extender and see if
yeah, that sounds good. Oh, that's the tilt. I was wondering about that earlier.
I still have one device in my possession that uses
Rotating.
micro
You're the rotating. Okay, cool.
I think if you need any, unless you're really good and only have one micro.
It's the red loaf shape.
Yeah,
mini.
that's good.
That's right.
Micro came after mini.
You're right. Yeah, micro is smaller and not as objectionable. And micro is the one that the EU standardized on. And then USB-C came out, and they're like, "Oh, wait a minute, that one." But here's one of my favorite bits of trivia. Micro USB was the first USB standard.
Oh,
just spring
yes,
that
awesome.
holds the cable components into the
set up
instead of computer software. And so spring breakers.
Ooh, a Yeti. Yeah. Yeti that is very tightened down.
That bad boy's not going anywhere.
It ain't going anywhere. Oh my gosh. Well, that might just be the angle it's at. Oh, just kidding. Alright, there we go. Cool.
Are you the presenter?
Yeah.
Are you gonna have that beard on the whole time?
Many people have had me try to take it off, but it just doesn't work out for them.
I will.
Okay, there we go. That's probably good.
Yeah, 2 months ago. Renovation. The renovation. It's weird.
It's about as good as it
I
gets.
don't quite understand it.
The cable for the webcam is on the short end.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Granted, it's probably usually just right on top of here.
Yeah.
Right above the desktop, but yeah.
Sam seems to have their own social network going on here. And doesn't seem very interested in talking to
Looks like it's doing good.
So I wasn't going to sweat it too much.
Do you want to try talking really quick just to see like the normal presenting volume?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Justin. I am just testing the volume, so please do not engage with me or listen to me at all. Don't let me stop anything. This isn't a joke. This isn't funny. Don't listen to it. Avert eye contact.
In like 3 more words.
808 and MCP. Better together. And
Perfect.
you.
Thank you.
I'm joking. We can talk.
Well, we got a few minutes. So yeah, we should have like the full half hour, and then we have another 15 after the talk for Q&A if you want, or
Oh,
we
really?
can skip it. So
Okay.
up to you.
Yeah, yeah. We can really chew on the subject if we want.
One thing for the Q&A, if we can remember to repeat the questions back to the mic so it has it for the recording and stream.
Gotcha. Okay. And is this streaming live or is it recorded for later?
Both.
Okay, cool. Sweet. I told my mom to watch this.
Nice.
The work adventure has been pretty cool.
The what?
The work adventure, so if you go on the landing page, you'll be able to walk around the rooms and be able to live start streaming it immediately.
Oh, I like
Really
that
cool.
feature.
Yeah. And speaking of, looks like the recording was not started yet, so glad we caught that before the talk started.
My mom would be so upset.
All right. I'm going to let the other room captains know to check that.
Do you want to go to the same one tomorrow or somewhere else? Somewhere else? Tastes like burnt beans in
Ew, where'd you guys go?
Phoenix Coffee. It's down by the Hotel Bellwether. I didn't like it, but you shouldn't trust me.
No, I mean, burnt beans are the devil's work, so.
Sometimes you get a coffee that is like sublime. This was not one of those.
I'm gonna get a beverage from the vending machine.
I was just going to ask, we also have water if you want me to grab one too.
Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you.
I think you're right. I was assuming this is going to use to triple shots, but. When I think about it, it doesn't make sense. If I made triple shots at home, it wouldn't taste lousy. I'm not claiming anything. I don't like it. I'm not saying that it's bad quality. It's just that I'm not supposed to get in enough to enjoy it. I'm totally on board with going somewhere else tomorrow.
Okay. Just unplug the webcam. Okay, you do that. Thank you.
One, this guy. There we go. A little more leeway.
Okay. This can just be directly switched. So just take that and I'll take this. And I will put that around that stuff. Now is the camera working again?
Looks like it.
I mean, can't
Can you walk in front of it or something? Or?
Is that working?
Nope.
Close it, reopen it.
You tried turning it off and back on again. Open you.
Is this?
Yep, now it's working.
Cool. Where do you think we want this?
This is kind of looking good.
It's not very high though.
Is desktop audio supposed to be on or off?
Hmm?
Desktop audio?
It doesn't do anything, so off for now. Okay. Unless we're doing remote presentation, which we're going to use on later, so not right now. That please, thank you. Okay, let's of course lower this. I don't like that.
I can do it if you want.
I mean, I don't like how it's resisting. There we go. Probably good. How's the video in there?
I'll get it.
Okay, good. You can do that.
I don't want to do this exercise.
You don't want to go on top of 3?
I don't want you to show me.
Do you want me to introduce it all, or just jump into it, or what do you feel?
I can introduce myself. I'll be fine.
That's good.
Cosmic?
I don't know what that is exactly.
Well, that's Papalas.
Oh.
Oh. Let's probably reset.
It was just idle curiosity.
You're saving the talk.
There we go.
Awesome. Thank you. What's my wiggle room? Am I in frame?
Yeah, you're still in frame there. If you want to move it at all, I can line it up wherever.
I can probably just use my wingspan to go that far.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Want to do that one more time? Perfect. All right, and then you want to stand as far over there as you want to.
Yeah, I won't get any further than this.
You should be in frame for.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Cool.
Any questions or anything before we get going?
Nope.
Sweet.
I have this timed for about 30, so just see how it peters out. I'll let them kind of drive after that.
Do we want to leave the door open or just close it once the time starts, or what do you think? There's sometimes some hallway noise, but up to you.
I think it'll be open. I'll be fine. And if it gets too loud, I'll just run real quick.
Yeah, if it gets full, I'll need to close it, but we're okay.
Yeah, I get to use that full sticker on
Yeah,
the front
exactly.
door. I love that. The last talk I was at, it was like all the way down the line,
Oh, yeah.
down the hallway around the corner. Okay, cool. Sticker?
Yep, go for it.
Cool.
Or, 1 sec, we're almost at 2. We're 1:59. All right, good to go.
Okay. All right, everybody. Hello. My name is Justin Castilla. Thank you for coming to my talk. A to A and MCP, better together. First, I want to thank Linux Fest Northwest for putting on this conference. This is my second time here, and it is exponentially grown, and that is fantastic. And I feel like between Linux Fest Northwest, CGL, and Pi Cascades, we're having some really amazing community up here. So I'll see you at the next one. This talk is pretty casual, so feel free to raise a hand and ask a question if you feel like it's not going to completely derail everything. And definitely raise your hand with a question if it's going to help the talk, make me look good. So the repository and these slides are on this QR code, as well as that very dim link down there for my GitHub repo on this. Everything is open source. You can bring your own LLM if you want. So yeah, this is made to be mixed and matched and remixed and improved upon. So please, give me a PR if you find something that will make this even better. So this is going to talk about MCPs. Did anybody go to that previous talk, running a local AI with MCPs and tools? Awesome, yeah, so that was a really, really great foundation. I'm going to take that concept of creating MCPs and then run with it by having multiple LLMs working together to build stuff. So that's really cool. So the problem with having one single LLM have access to all these MCP tools is that that single LLM has only one field for context. So for an example, give it to Claude Sonnet. You can tell it, help me figure out this problem, help me figure out this task, and it's going to have a finite window of information to keep in its head as far as what it can do, what tools you can give it, things like that. So you can give a single LLM a ton of MCP tools that you write that make your life easier, but that's all going to stay within that context. And that's actually a problem because they've found that it bogs down your LLM when you create a bazillion MCPs, or you pull a bunch off the internet that you think are really cool to connect to those services that you like. And so it just makes it very difficult. And I remember trying to actually get an LLM to do something really big with all these different like special features, and it just kind of hallucinated or just wet the bed. So I just gave up. So a solution is agentic AI. And now that is something that we've heard before. We've seen it in action. There's all these different agents doing things now for you. And they're like, oh, we don't need MCPs. Well, no. Agents are just specialized, context-specific LLMs that will use specific MCP tools. So it's basically just like zooming out and increasing basically the components, nodes, agents, workers for you. So much like RAG. RAG uses maybe MCP for research and pulling up documents and searching for documents. Well, that RAG has now become an agent for a larger service. So this example is just kind of like a fun walkthrough of best practices for creating a simple multi-agent system. What I want it to do is create a news piece, an article. And I'll maybe hear something on the news and I'll say, hey, I heard about something going on here. Tell me how it's going to affect XYZ in the vein of blah, 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 blah. That's very vague, but basically it will go about researching the topic and through 5 different agents compiling an article that is actually quite quality. And it will be better than something that you ask from, say your Claude Desktop or ChatGPT if it just does like a cursory web search. So these are the underlying technologies, just to have kind of bouncing around in your head while we're going through this. A to A, that is the protocol of communication between agents. Google made it. It stands for agent to agent. It's open source, and it's basically, you could say almost like a JSON schema. You pass among your different agents. They're all hosted on their own little individual hosted servers. Fast MCP is a Python library that I recommend for when you're creating your MCP servers. MCP, the great big repo, uses an older version of Fast MCP. Fast MCP broke away and created a new updated version that has some pretty slick features. Tavili is a web service where you can have your LLM actually call that to do web searches, to pull information back in. And it just makes it very, very easy for you to give your agents the ability to reach out and get info. Elasticsearch is a data store and allows you to query and search through information. Full disclosure, I work for Elasticsearch, so I will dedicate 2 slides to it, but quickly. Elasticsearch can basically be replaced by any of your favorite data stores, but I can give you 2 hours worth of information about why Elasticsearch is better. Okay, I'm done with that. And then, of course, I use Claude because it's the least evil right now. And then React for my front end because I have a little GUI that I can look at, has some pretty colors. And then I use Starlet for my serving. So this is the tech stack. I kind of talked about it without actually showing you. So here it is again. So Elasticsearch does full text and semantic search and the hybrid, so it can take both. That's really nice when you want to look for news articles or things that don't quite match. Like there's a golden orb that they found in the bottom of the ocean near Alaska. Did anybody hear about this? Okay, we'll use that as a news example. But there was a great big shiny gold ball in the ground and nobody knew what it was, and they finally discovered what it was. That's new news as of April, so we'll actually use that as an example. I can store multiple things in Elasticsearch for that, and I can say, instead of gold ball, I'll say brass orb or brass sphere. It's like, whoa, like that Michael Crichton movie? It might pull up Michael Crichton books or things like that, but Elasticsearch can do semantic search, and that's fantastic. And then, all the different technologies I talked about. Okay, here's the fun part. So I created all of these different agents. So all these big rectangles, these are all independent agents that are registered with their own context, their own set of instructions, and their own set of MCP tools. And this is, for now, the most logical way I can figure of creating new news articles based off of an aggregation of what it finds off the internet. So it starts with a news chief. These are all basically metaphors, but this is the dispatch. I will actually tell the news chief to write me an article about whatever I want, or I can have it programmatically done. Basically, this is the input, the thing that kicks off my entire process. It creates a story idea and sends it to the reporter. Now, the reporter is an LLM that receives the assignment of what I want an article about, and it breaks out into a synthesized outline, like what are some of these angles that I can approach this news article? What are some questions I need answered before I can write an article? It takes those and it sends it to the archivist and the researcher. The archivist is going to look up inside Elasticsearch, are there any previous articles that were written about this by this system? Because that will give contextual history. So that way, like, previously we wrote about this article 2 months ago, here's an update or something like that. Also, it's just free data. Researcher is actually ran in parallel with archivist. And that's where I'm calling to Villy to actually search out on the internet to get salient information. Once the researcher gets back results, it's going to have all of that data synthesized back into a synopsis, sent back to a dict to the reporter. Once the reporter has the web search results and any Elasticsearch results, it's going to start writing the article. It's going to write, what it thinks it needs to have based off of the outline that it created. And then once it's done, it's actually going to send it to an editor. The editor LLM has tools to go over the tone, go over any grammatical errors, and this can actually call Grammarly. It can call any API it wants. And once it's done and it has feedback, it'll send that feedback back to the reporter. And this is all done via JSON RPC, the underlying protocol that A2A actually uses. And then once the reporter sees all that feedback and integrates it into the final article, it'll send it to the publisher LLM agent, which will send a copy to Elasticsearch and then also create a markdown file locally and then make it available to my GUI via an articles API. So they're all using one single MCP server that has all of these tools housed. So all of these are using one single file where I put my tools. The event hub is an SSE, which is basically a state updater, so I can see everything going on, not only in my UI, but if I want to save everything for telemetry to track performance and any bottlenecks, I can do that. And then the article API is just me able to search any previous articles that have existed. And then, React UI. So this is me a little bit more of doing a deep dive into the A protocol. The cool thing I think about this technology is the agent card. So this is basically like a calling card or a business card that you are making available to other agents so they can discover who you are, what your capabilities are, and why should they actually invoke you. So we have the reporter. It has its own dedicated URL because you want to communicate with that agent. And the capabilities are basically how it prefers to be communicated with. So no streaming, keep state transition history, and then 20 maximum concurrent tasks. So you can actually alter that based off of the hardware that you're running the server on. If you want to have this thing to be able to choose, 50 to 100 different articles at the same time, or keep it at 20. Skills. Now this is actually where MCP tools come in. Agent skills are the MCP tools given directly to this agent. So the reporter has, in this example, write article. So this is the one that actually writes the article. And it gives basically the description. This is all for other agents to see, to know exactly why I should actually call the agent. And again, it's all in JSON RPC code, or protocol. So everything is sent in a JSON package, nicely formatted with the state actually declared. And then all good agents have this endpoint, dot/well-known/agent.json. And that's going to be where the calling card is going to be laying. Any questions yet?
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
What goes into the little dot? Is there, you're just
More agent skills. Yeah, so good question. The reporter has like write article, submit for review, submit for research, things like that. This is just like a small snippet. And I can actually show more of the skills after this.
For the well-known agent, is that other agents that it knows about, or is that just where you probe an address to see, is this an agent?
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's just like, dot well-known is just an established nomenclature, yeah.
Yeah, is this all autonomous? Is there a way to like pause it and say, oh yeah, you got this wrong, you need to correct it, or do you have to wait for it to finish its whole workflow before you can do that?
Very good question. You would have to write a moment to pause, but other than that, yeah, it's just all going to just all go forward.
If we could also repeat the questions for the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry, yeah.
It's all good.
So yeah, the question was, is this all autonomous, or can this be paused to do like some debugging and checking? Yeah, so this is going to be all autonomous, but I specifically within this application, because I was having some problems with it just going wild, to actually create a very, very large comprehensive logging suite so I know exactly what's going on. And then through testing, you can just simply call one single agent at a time. So instead of having them call each other, which is nice. Okay, so MCP, not master control program. I swear that was on my slide deck before. It was mentioned earlier. If you're not careful, Claude will still refer to MCP as master control program, which is hilarious. Some things need to be hard-coded, but they decided not to. Okay, so these are some of the tools that I created with MCP, which, spoiler alert, is just a Python function with a decorator. It's not as exciting as marketing would make it be, but generate outline, research topic, write article. These are all tools. They're just simple things where I invoke an LLM to do something with some data. Review article, generate tags, extract sources. So you, again, give them the salient information, and then they'll return information back to you. And this is all going to be off of FastMCP, which is available at that repo below. And I believe I'll have there's a nice little snippet of FastMCP code. There's three main parts to include. The decorator at mcp.tool. There's tools, there's prompts, and there's resources. Resources are when you want to give like a config file or a schema or anything like that, any kind of static information. Tool is an actual function that does things. And then prompt returns a formatted prompt that you can give to an LLM to know what to do. So if I want to give it a prompt of how to manufacture a 3D printer based off of a bill of parts that you can order off of Amazon, it would just create a very large list and explain to the LLM how to go to Amazon and order parts. So after your MCP tool, you just create a regular function. A well-written doc string in Python is actually bubbled up and percolated up to the LLM. So it actually sees this doc string. And that's some affordance to the LLM as far as what this function should do. So this isn't just being a very nice programmer. You're actually making it much more useful for the LLM. Otherwise, it's going to have to guess. And then you have just some simple logic here. This one is research a topic. So it is taking our query to Billy. So it's doing a web search. And then it's also going to synthesize that query, or the results from that web search, with Claude. And it's going to send it back to us. And one of the best ways of developing MCP tools is just write the functionality. Write just a simple string of functions to actually get a tool done, to get your goal accomplished, and then put decorators up there. And then the LLM will call them as it sees fit. one thing to think about. Making smaller MCP tools is much better than making one monolithic MCP tool that gets everything done for you, because these all get loaded into context for the LLM. But sometimes you'll notice that it will load the tool list when you're asking it a question. It'll say, well, what tools do I have? That's it actually preserving and defending its context window. So smaller ones that are in the context are a lot more efficient for your LLM in the long run.
Why is it efficient in general? Like, because I was trying to run some tests on that, like having like a multi-process one that has multiple threads, like in one tool, rather than just having a bunch of tools for an LLM to access. Why would it be more efficient to have the multiple?
Well, if I wrote like multiple tools, it's going to load them all into the LLM and into the context. So that context is full of these tool definitions.
Mm.
And then as opposed to like something that's a little bit smaller, they can accomplish a smaller task. Yeah.
Don't you sometimes get limited by like the number of tools you can load into an LLM? Is that limit based on the number of tools or just the size of the tools? Like their occupation as a concept?
Yep. So the question was, are you limited by an LLM by the size of tools or the number of tools? Is that correct? Yeah. I haven't hit a limit because I'm not creating too many MCP tools, because luckily a lot of the things I have to write are kind of revolving around data storage. But I'm sure that some LLMs or some harnesses that use MCP tools will have limits on that. I certainly see like my cloud desktop like only loading up certain amounts of tools, not all of them, or like looking at them and picking the ones that they think are appropriate. But I'm sure it would be very smart if they had limits or limitations. And that's why I think that having many agents owning their own set of tools, like basically having an LLM be an MCP owner, is the way to go if you have tons of tokens to spend.
Curious.
Yeah.
In this previous example, what's that format, that secret format research function do? Is that something that you wrote?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So the question is on content, near the bottom, in quotes, content format research results. That's me turning the results into just a consumable format, a different JSON format for what I'm returning.
Format, or it's a format that you made up.
Yeah.
You are not researching a format. You are formatting the research.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is a snippet of like a much larger file, and you'll see that helper function defined above. And then this is quickly kind of going over that archivist. The archivist is kind of cool because it takes every single article that was generated by this application and then stores it, complete with tagging, and then a timestamp, and a lot of the sources of where it got that information. So it's kind of like a cache, but it's also like, every good news company has all of their old previous articles to kind of draw from to get context as far as like what they were talking about. Some main things that are really cool that make things easier is that when you add plain text data into the data store, it automatically embeds it into a vector store as well. So you don't actually have to bring your own model, set up and fine tune the vectorization with the dimensions and the similarity algorithms. You just put it in there and it will be perfectly vectorized for your search capabilities. With the copy to, you just put in regular plain text, and the copy to, you can see it on the,
Right on that.
yeah, right there. Content is plain text, so that's the content of the article. And then you see here copy to, automatically copies it to content semantic. And then that content semantic type, that field type, is semantic text. And that semantic text is basically a wrapper above a whole slew of vectorization methods that happen. And you can kind of pick and choose what kind of vector models you want, but this just allows you to do semantic search and similarity search without actually having to have a deep knowledge of vectorization. I'm always more than happy to help you, figure things out. We can talk about it, but for the most part, people really like this just because it's fast. It works. And then this is the search that is going on. These are the 2 slides I warned you about, by the way. So thank you for enduring this. So we do keyword search, so you can look up the actual specific topics that you want definitely within your article. That's still very important. But semantic search, when people don't exactly know the specific vocabulary, the nomenclature, but they can actually give you the vibe or the gist, based off of semantic similarity, we can figure out what you're talking about. And these 2 examples are in those 2 different curly braces, and then you can actually combine the 2. So full text search and semantic search combined with reciprocal rank fusion. Sounds amazing. Sounds like a Mountain Dew flavor. That basically combines both of the articles in an intelligent way. And you'll see this little caret here, like headline caret 3, topic caret 2. That's me boosting the result strength. So if you have results based off of headline, that's going to have more power in the result list based off of topic, which will have slightly less but more elevated power over content. So it's kind of a way that you can kind of gain your search results. And then lastly, here's the news chief agent. So we're going back to the agent one more time because I want to have this in your mind as we kind of check out a demo. The news chief agent is a dispatcher that kind of just kicks everything off and starts it off. And I'm going to go to the news chief agent and I'm going to give it a topic and an angle to write about. And in step 1, it's going to find the agent. It already has established who is who within its local server. So it is found that the reporter is at localhost 8081. Again, this can be hosted anywhere you want. And then it's going to send a message, write article, which is basically saying, I want you to write this article using the write article function. And then I'm going to give you the story ID, which is going to be an ID that is from the beginning all the way to the time I see it on my GUI. It's like it's GUI. And then it's going to give it the topic. So it's going to actually start off, hey, the reporter, I want you to talk about a mysterious sea orb. Once that happens, the reporter result is going to kick back, and then the editor result is going to actually take that article and review the article that was written. And then once that's done, it's going to send it back as the editor result. And then lastly, in step 3, all the way down there, it's going to be published. And again, it's going to be kicked over to Elasticsearch to be stored as plain text and a vector. And then I'm also going to be able to see it as an article on my GUI. And then, so we went from the news chief agent to right here where it says send to agent and it's calling write article. So this is going to be the reporter agent being activated. And so its first step is going to be creating an outline and questions based off of that topic it was given. It's going to figure out, what do I need to find out? What questions do I have about this mysterious orb? And this is kind of like the basic structure of the article that I want to write. It's going to call the researcher URL, the researcher agent, and the archivist agent. And it's going to send them both tasks to be done. So the interesting thing about the archivist URL is that agent is actually living on Elasticsearch, because a lot of companies now will provide you access to an agent that is hosted by that company. So Elasticsearch has Agent Builder, where you can tell it, you're an expert in this database. So I want you to look up all the analytics for this data. I'm having it look up all the information about articles that are previously made. So I don't actually have to give it a task. It just pulls me all the information based off of those topics. And then with the researcher URL, you can actually look in there and you can see it actually calling Tavili to do the web search. Lastly, it puts them both together and it calls generate article. That is a much larger function where it actually generates an article using an LLM and all that data it's gathered. Whew. So that's the structure. These are some lessons learned, but I think it's much more interesting to actually see it in action, or as much as we can. So this is a little UI that can give me some basic information as far as what's running. So mysterious gold. Oh, you can tell I have actually tried this before. Spheres have been found in the seafloor near Alaska. What is it? How did it get there? And what does it mean for the future of golden sea spheres? So fun fact, to like reduce my expense on Tavili tokens and the API cost, I just told it to make stuff up. So much fun. It's like orca whales now have lasers and are angry. Like dogs now have sonic weapons. You can just make stuff up, and it actually does a really good job. Okay, so the news chief started off when I started the workflow. It immediately sent data to the reporter. Now the reporter's waiting, but you saw that the researcher and the archivist kicked off. The archivist is contacting the agent with an elastic to look up all previous sea sphere articles. And then the researcher is actually doing the real work, where it's looking up all current news articles about a golden orb in Alaska.
This is all on your laptop?
This is all running locally, yeah. And if I really wanted to make it like even more DIY, I could host an LLM on my laptop without fear, and it could do all the generation and synthesis. And the question again, this is all on my laptop? Yes. And so here are some actual JSON. This is part of that SSE, that state that is being tracked between all of the different agents. And so I can see what the initial story question was, and then all of this will be filled out as far as agent status and then workflow status. And I'll show you the actual verbose logging where I can actually see who's calling who and then what the topic is that they're calling. So it looks like we talked to the archivist client, and so we're just going to go through what the archivist actually said. And now it looks like the reporter is generating the article. So you see it called the tool generate article, and then so we're just waiting for that.
While we're waiting for that, we did hit 2:30, so good time for Q&A to start.
Cool. Yeah. So we'll be able to see an article coming out of this real soon. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. You say you're hosting it yourself. What kind of context window do you have for your LLMs?
Let's see here. I think when I'm creating, so the question is, I'm hosting this locally. I'm not actually hosting the LLMs locally. Yeah, I am using Claude.
Oh.
Yeah, because that would be that would be a heavy burden on this laptop, admittedly. So I am sending just Claude an API request for chat with the context. So I'm actually saying, let's see here. I think I can look up an agent for editor. That will be a good example. Trying to find where I'm calling it.
Sometimes they call it model length.
Invoke. I'm trying to find the command where I actually tell it that it's an editor.
I think it'd probably have to be on the server side anyway. So.
Yeah, I think actually with these agents kills, so it would be actually, I would find the MCP tool actually. Editor. There we go. So this is actually apply edits. Okay, here's the prompt. And so the context actually is going to be within bounds because I usually have it stuck within like 1,200 to 1,300 characters for the article, so it's going to be within there. I actually haven't tried to like stay within the bounds of the context windows because luckily I haven't hit that.
Is this something that we could easily set up at home to play around with?
Yes. So there's a lot of moving parts to it, but I really, really insisted on making this quite approachable as far as doing on your own. There is a README file that gives you explicit instructions, gives you a little bit of a recipe list of all the different API keys and endpoints you need. It also is in within a Docker container you can also run. So I found that is a lot easier. Let me see. We did. So we actually finished. So the researcher and archivist kicked back to the reporter. The reporter called publisher. The publisher published it. And now let's see. Oh, you're kidding me. How could a live demo fail? What's the problem here? It's such a bummer. Yeah. Yeah. Now we need to call the IT department for the newsroom, which is a completely other thing. Luckily, I have
A cached one in the oven you made earlier.
all the articles are also created in Markdown format. So no matter what, I have a way out. So let me find the one that was just created. 13, not right there. Okay. Mystery solved. The golden orb on Alaska's seafloor was a giant anemone all along, but the questions it raises are just beginning, and just might bring us all together a little more. So, I mean, it is still a little LLM flowery, a glittering anomaly in the deep. But I think it's actually quite accurate because I saw this on Reddit and I thought that was quite interesting, and so I wanted to try it against this one. And I asked it some weird ones. I asked it about like the missing scientists and military commanders that are happening in the U.S. I told it to avoid conspiracy theories. That was a bit of a stretch. I like that it actually included sources. I mean, I told it to, but it actually collects all the sources that it goes to. So you can probably also, tell it to ignore the Fox subsidiaries or ignore Gizmodo because Gizmodo might not have something that you want. So, and then here's the metadata of all the information. So the tags that it created from an LLM, innovation, mysterious gold spheres, weird tag, market trends, mysterious, things like that. So I think it's pretty cool. And then in here, you can kind of see the history of what happened. So the editor actually did a lot of work. It went through the entire thing and kind of nitpicked it as far as like, you're doing this a little bit too much, there's too many words, delete entirely, so it's kind of ripping it apart. So that's the actual article generator in action. Back to the questions.
So this is all agents that are based on LLMs. Can you use A2A to pair non-LLMs, so like support vector machine, K-cluster? Can you connect that to these so that you can flow numerical data into contextual text data?
So the question is, can you use A2A protocol to actually have agents connect to each other and start tasks without using LLMs? Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just more programmatic than invoking LLMs and giving them access to tools. That would actually see a huge speed up. So I was talking and showing you things and answering questions, but this takes about, on average, 90 seconds for everything to go around and the LLM to like just burn through tokens for fun, and because I have an enterprise plan. So, question.
For the user interface,
Yeah.
showing us the status of everything, was that leveraging A2A or was that just looking at log files?
This was using log files. Yeah. And I was using I created a hub that kind of updated with SSE all of the statuses of all of the hubs. So that's why I wanted like this kind of neat little blinky interface. If you lurk on my repo, there is another one that goes over. This is like basically rolling your own agents with A2A protocol. Companies have now agentic harnesses. So LangChain, of course. LangChain also has deep agent, which is really cool, where you write the tools and you write a prompt, and then that's it. It takes care of everything else. I have a demo that actually has a focused activity of actually researching technologies and the validity of a technology or the longevity or risk assessment of using a technology over something else. So GitHub or SVN. It will like do a 3,000 page article if you really wanted it to. But also check that out if you want to see something that's a little bit more of a different way of doing the same thing. Question?
Can you go over the part again about why you would have like multiple agents here? Like I understand like composability, but like classes and functions are composable, so, and you're writing all the tools anyways. So.
Yeah. So the question is, why am I still using like multiple agents versus just one? So in some cases I can actually showcase the architecture. So here I can actually run the archivist and the researcher in parallel. So that's actually calling and invoking an LLM to do two separate activities at the same time. But all of these have a finite context window. And so this is a very simple app. But if I was wanting to do it like much larger, market research or data analysis over like, gigabytes of CSVs, then I would actually really reap the benefits of each LLM having its own context window. Or you can have different LLMs that are specialized in different things, like, tied to your own, like, maybe if you're in the medical industry, knowing specifically within, like what, if you don't want to release, HIPAA violation information at risk. Yeah.
How do you define like stop cases, right? So say the editor, asks the reporter to make adjustments to the article, goes back to the editor. How do you define kind of a stop for that move that could be created between each end?
Right. Yeah. So you can see the question was, how do I get this possible feedback loop to stop? So I did have it continue over and over and over until its confidence level was above 85%. First of all, what's confidence level? Are we all ever confident more than 85% around anything? So I did notice that it was doing like long loops. I was getting stuck, and loops are real in this project. So I just did it to one, just one. Yeah. But you can also do like, I thought of some ways of like, there's, maybe like 2% of the document needs to be updated, then just ignore it. Yeah, or something like that. Okay, thank you. But yeah, no, that's a really good question. And there's a lot of like just classic programming challenges and paradigms and patterns within this whole framework, which I thought was just funny. There was a previous question that other talk that we all went to about local AI. It's like, well, should this be taught in colleges, and like how to implement AI, and then all the supporting tools? I'm kind of feeling that this is just like setting up your own server or setting up your own VM at the end. It's just it's another big thing that you have to know a lot of information about, but it's all just going to have the same lifting power and the same productivity at the end. Cool. Thank you very much. It was a lot of information. Please feel free to check out the repo. I'm more than happy to help you get it up and running. Yeah, it's really surprising how it actually spits out some really good information, and actually setting it to do other tasks is very easy. So like creating like a fake image generation to support the article, things like that, is trivial. Thank you. Yeah.
How much does one of those loans cost? Handling tokens.
I did 20 of those, and I went through $5 of Claude. So it's not the worst, but it's like not much, yeah. But also that's why I kind of used Elasticsearch, because it does actually work as a cache after a while.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Is the golden orb story real, or is
Yeah,
that?
yeah, that was. I checked a video too. And it's not a big weird thing. It's just like a little ping pong ball.
Does it look like smooth and bizarre, or does it look like an animal?
It looked like a ping pong ball, the hole blown out of it. Yeah, but it was like the foot that you made was like glued to the ground. So it wasn't that cool. It was just cool. It wasn't that cool.
So you said you can post a
nature.
How does that? How do people manage posting for like those pages? Is there something that you protocol that lets you say for your own team, or is it just managed by the agent? Or
You can set limits with an agent.
I'll put my head down.
You can set it or you can use some kind of
I stay away. Like the duck gives a good percentage, better than the guy that's not.
or you can make like the token limit.
So, I got a question. How would you add like a human in the loop step to this entire flow? Because a lot of what at least I'm seeing, people don't want fully AI automated. They want, okay, I want you to help me do this, but I still want some control over this entire process.
Absolutely. So I would create a state of like human approval and set a pulse, and then within the UI or some sort of like notification system, have that given and presented to the user with a notification, have them consent, and have that information sent to them. Because like that, the GUI that I created, like it could theoretically show like the outline it's proposing, and if you like it, you can approve, to continue on. If you don't like it, if you want to add like more context, like what angle you want it to focus on, you can type that in and it'll rerun it. Yeah, yeah. Because in the end, it's all just like little tiny functions that are wrapped in having them thrown at each other with like an LLM that makes it just sound cool and complex.
Yeah, good point.
But no, it's all magic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I really like the UI.
Magic
Lets you kind of visualize what's
you.
going on there with like everything that's actually being called and what's active and the status thing, the SSE, whatever you talked about. That was helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. The logging on it is really, really good too.
Yeah.
That helps a lot. And
Well, especially for debugging, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, I had to debug it on. And I color coded it as well. So I had it like I can just visually see how it go outside, which agents are talking too much.
Yeah, the editor's just requesting too many changes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that happens a lot.
Typically. Cool. Well, hey, thank you for the talk.
Oh, absolutely.
My name's Taylor.
Taylor,
Thank you, Justin. We're here to talk.
Yeah, I do data stores. I was that girl for data stores. I just like, it was a lot of fun. I had to connect to my 3D printer, and I just like, whenever it like, it'll keep track of all the elements I use, it'll actually order a new element for me.
Hey, Robbie, I'm giving
Alright,
you
let's get set up.
Yeah.
How long would it take for MCP to like have this?
It's gonna be the HDMI input.
Do you have an Ethernet connection?
Someone knows what job, we started talking about it too.
That is a great question. I don't know that we do have Ethernet, but let me check. Wi-Fi also be sufficient?
It should be.
Okay. I don't know if we'll have it, but I'll ask really quick.
Yeah, I've gone through requests yesterday and this morning, so hopefully it's.
Yeah, so I use a ferry or I drive or I'll take a ferry. I have like 4 ferries to choose from. So I'm having an MCP server look up the ferry traffic, the Google Maps driving traffic, the prices for the ferry costs, any delays in the ferries. It's putting that information together and it's telling me what are my best routes. Based off of like price, time, or value. I don't want to drive the 5, on like Friday afternoon.
No.
But like, I want to take the ferry, so it's sunny outside. And so that was like me just turning that into an MCP server. It was perfect.
Sounds like Ricky
Google
will
Maps
help out with
can
an
tell you
Ethernet.
that's a ferry, but it doesn't actually tell you.
I have.
So take the ferry in 3 hours.
I'm not exactly
Whereas,
sure.
Like, this will say you can take the ferry at 2:30. That'll give you 20 minutes.
Yeah, frameworks guys.
Oh, nice. USB-C to Ethernet.
Yeah.
Nice.
So hopefully.
Handy.
That's another thing. Like that is.
I guess that's the cool thing with those plug-and-play modules.
Yeah, they just.
plug and play.
The thing that's available to me is just the info, but I need.
Yeah.
I bet people would be willing to pay for that too.
I published it immediately. I was like, I don't want to profit off of this. I'd love for the very liberal that the fair service to
Yeah, that'd be killer, actually. How did you tie into your printer to find out what your film reviews?
I think I know how once I printed. And it checks my email for all the folders I got. And I gave it to
So yeah, so is it monitoring the status from your printer, or is it from the models?
From the models I print. Yeah, I use Bamboo Labs, and I think they have that all on.
I know. I think they still have the one of their interfaces available for that. Mosquito. I think that's still available.
So is it called just Mosquito? Or?
Yeah, I think that. Because you can still tie it in like your home.
Short message queue Mosquito.
Okay. Oh yeah, the QTT something.
Yeah.
I'll check it out then. Yeah.
As far as context goes, I had one that we were trying to replace the documentation writers.
Thank you.
Style guide
Is that
doesn't fit in 100,000. Yeah. You understand context windows, so you gotta break it into
Smaller chunks. I like that.
agents is just breaking it into
The hierarchy.
smaller chunks,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I need the thing I'm writing about, not just the style, right? So I can't just have a style tracker either. You gotta break it out.
Yeah, we have 30 minutes for the talk, and then another 15 after for Q&A if you wanted to take any.
Okay.
And then, just for any questions either throughout the talk or at the end, depending on how you want to do that, try to repeat it into the mic if you can, so that we can get it for the recording and the stream.
Gotcha.
So it kind of struggles through the room.
Gotcha. Okay. It's best if I present from here, so you can catch the mic.
If you want to present over there, you can. It's probably easier because then you can reach the laptop to do the slides. Yeah, you should be in frame from anywhere between there and like close to the projector. So.
Gotcha. All right.
I went the wrong way.
Is it 202 or?
236.
That should be right here.
Oh!
Hello.
Okay, here. Can I just plug in this one in?
Sure. So just plug it into the car over there.
Yeah. It's tangled. Hold on.
Yeah, just this to this.
There. And then station.
And then projector output.
Perfect. Cool. Make sure.
Can you check the stream and see if it's working? Or?
Yeah, that's a loop question. I'll go in there right now and check it out. Just down the hall. You're getting the internet, everything, it's all good?
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
tried and true trick of turning it off and back on again.
The oldest trick in the book.
Uh-huh. Happy trick or treating.
How's everybody doing today? Good.
How about yourself?
I'm doing okay. I took advantage of the free hot dogs provided by the System 76 folks. I really appreciate that. It was really good.
Yeah.
A little bit windy though. I was kind of scared I was going to get mustard all over my shirt. But other than that, it's good.
We need to have a story to tell.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was like smeared all the way down.
T-minus 5 minutes.
Wow, it seems like it's going to be
I
a
know,
long
right?
time. 5 minutes. Gosh.
You could start a flame war. How about Ansible versus Nix?
Oh boy. Well, I think there's a talk after me that's about the other Ansible testing tool.
Nice.
So I think it's flame war enough.
You could badmouth those guys in advance.
Yeah. Just preempt.
No.
Sabotage the equipment right after you.
Yeah.
Gasoline in a match.
Smash.
Test that.
So did you use chef before, and that's the kitchen metaphor, or?
Nobody's got it right.
It's
yet.
that is, you're on the right track. It was a weird, convoluted way that I came to this initially. But no, I was never a chef user. I was a Puppet user previously, then a SaltStack user, and then one of the Salt developers created a provisioner for a kitchen, and that's how I got involved with it. So it's kind of a weird, meandering way. But I'll give you more details in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Officially.
So kitchen's like an application stack?
Test kitchens
Yep.
and after Chef.
Yeah, Chef has made it. Yeah.
Is this your first Linux test?
This is my first year, yeah. Fourth time speaking ever in a public, so it'll go great, I'm sure.
It'll be great.
Live demos?
Yes.
Been the internet?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll go
Yeah,
fine.
it'll
Really
You paid your tithes.
We're
to
doing it live.
the
I gotta
demo.
pay my dues.
Are we doing it in Dolby Digital?
Yeah, well, no.
You have a very friendly
Atmos.
front row here, so nothing to worry about.
Everything's gonna be fine.
I actually had enough now. I was going to do a lot.
I mean, you're already using Test Kitchen, so you can't get any worse than that, right?
Oh, shots fired.
Hi, Neil.
Neil, thank you.
Look, man, you knew that
Thank you.
the snark was coming as soon as I saw Chef Technology listed on there.
You had to come.
I know.
I hear
You
you.
haven't presented until you presented with Neil. Front row.
Oh, man.
This is very true.
And this is my second talk that you're seeing, Neil. You saw my first talk ever that I ever gave.
That's true. You did
Yeah.
good on that one.
Oh, thank
that
you.
was pretty good. I don't think I've ever done a front row with you.
I mean, you don't need to be in the front row. You can yell from anywhere.
That's true. Like you said, front row's got to be a thing. I've not done a front row with you.
Maybe not. Yeah, no, sure.
Close to front row, but not front row.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Now I have to put this on the list because you brought it up as a requirement for success. That means he's already got you beat. This is the second time I'm in front row with him.
What?
This seems like not my fault.
You made it a condition now. I was not aware that this was a condition that needed to be fulfilled, and you just made it a thing.
I regret everything.
Hey, look, even the teleprompter, and the captions got it.
Forever.
Yeah, that's not me, by the way.
Every talk has that.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Wow.
I know, right?
This is the
You were
longest
so
day ever.
early.
It's like, oh my God.
This is why we're filling the dead air right now.
Oh, there's going to be more dead air in the demo. Trust me.
So, which option did you pick for the demo?
I have
Because I heard of the story about VHS.
Yeah, the tape got eaten by the VCR, and that one it didn't work. VHS actually it mangles your paths, so I couldn't run kitchen with it.
That's actually horrible.
It's not good.
So I've used cassette before, and I don't think it does that, but like...
That's the Python one, right?
Yeah, that's the Python one.
Yeah, I've used that.
Yeah, we used that for Py-V Momi, I think.
Yes.
As a test.
Well, because we don't package it together, so I know that one.
It's broken right now.
Yes. It's still a terrible package, but like, yes, I remember it. Yeah, but like when I was at Data, we did a lot of stuff with the cassette and VCR Pi.
Yeah, I've used VCR Pi. I don't really love it.
It not my favorite. I think the concept of cassette is super nice.
Mhm.
Every implementation sucks.
Wonky. Yeah. Not good.
All right. I think I mostly give up and use that schema.
We're good to go.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Robbie Calicott. Welcome to the talk titled Testing Ansible Playbooks in Your Kitchen. This is not your real kitchen, unfortunately. Well, or fortunately, sorry. It should be, depending on how you look at it. This is actually utilizing something called Kitchen CI, which we'll get into in a little bit. Now, how many folks here are Ansible users? Awesome. There's not nearly enough Ansible in this talk. It's more focused on kitchen, so don't hate me when you see the playbooks. They're very simple playbooks. I mean, like one or two of them that don't even have handlers, so don't hate.
I mean, I don't have it in mind, so it's fine.
Right on. Oh boy. Here we go. Whoops.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay, so who am I? Who cares? I'm a senior.
Wow, that's not a great start. Come on, man.
I'm a senior software engineer at Red Hat. Been there for 3 months. I just recently got hired.
Congrats.
Thank you. But I have 20 plus years in IT infrastructure experience, commonly known as DevOps, systems engineering, sysadmin, all of that ball of wax rolling together. I'm a Fedora packager, member of the EPEL steering committee, and of the CentOS Alternative Images SIG, also known as the Neil and Troy Show, because they're like the top 2 contributors to that SIG. It's true.
I mean, it's mostly the Troy Show these days.
Yeah,
I got him started. He hit the ball rolling.
He's going, yeah. And if you care to reach out to me, whatever, that's that there. Easy email, Robbie at Red Hat. I'm the only Robbie at Red Hat right now. So
how you rock?
I lucked out there. So the problem, it worked on my machine. These changes worked on my machine, but when I pushed it to production, everything blew up. Fine, that happens.
I wish that's what happened.
Yeah,
that'd be easy.
So why do we want to test our playbooks? Does anybody have any idea why you'd want to test your playbooks?
No.
Okay, have you ever worked in a place where they didn't test playbooks? They just wrote them and like shipped it live. Okay, so you've been there.
That's what
I've been there.
Fedora.
That's what everybody does. I thought that's pretty much what everybody does, doesn't it?
Okay, fair enough.
I have yet to encounter an environment where that is not true.
So, rightfully, infrastructure code is still code. Technically, it is. Yes, it's YAML. We can argue, but it's code. Just follow me here.
Okay.
Manual testing is slow, right? So you do your playbook and you maybe test it on like a dummy machine or whatever, a dummy VM or a dummy container. That's fine, but it's slow, error prone because you're doing it once, right? Scary, I put scary to be more catchy, but maybe it scares you, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know you personally, so. I will say this with a grain of salt. Production should not be your test environment. This goes against the axiom of test and production, but I won't get any more involved in that. Just to say it should not be. I have a nice quote there from Mr. Michael Stanke, I believe his name, Stanke, who was one of the original Magnificent 7 EPEL steering committee members. Everyone has a testing environment. Some people are lucky enough to have a totally separate environment to run production in. I worked for an energy company based out of Houston, Texas, that I'm under still, even though I don't work there anymore, I'm still obligated not to mention their names. But they ran, when I first was hired, for the first 2 months, everything was run as ad hoc. It was not tested. Things broke constantly, consistently. Weekends burned. nights and weekends just didn't have them until we started utilizing the system, which I'm about to show you guys. Your playbooks, the longer you run them, they're going to get more complex when you add more features to them. This is natural. This is how software works. Look at Emacs, for example. I mean, that started. Anyway, sorry.
There's a text editor down there somewhere.
I know, somewhere. Your teams, you know, if you're working in a team, if you're running like a solo shop and it's just you, maybe you can get away with not testing so much. But once you like scale to like more than one person, then that other person is going to need the confidence, and that's what testing will bring to your team. So there's a landscape that exists for testing in Ansible, and I've kind of put them to this nice little table with a nice little color scheme, which you can't really see up here, but I can see it here. So it's a nice blue and darker blue. So we've got Ansible Int. Is anyone here familiar with Ansible Int? Does anyone use Ansible Int? So you're pretty much familiar with the best practices already, it seems like. YAML Int is another good one. Molecule, of which there's another talk later today about, is a role testing framework that's highly integrated with Ansible. Test Kitchen, which is the one we're talking about here, will let you test real virtual machines and containers. So that's the difference with Test Kitchen. Check mode, I just put that there because yeah, you can dry run, but I mean that's whatever.
It's dry.
It's dry. Okay, Test Kitchen. Are you guys ready? Are you excited?
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Let's
very
go.
excited. Okay.
Everybody is ready for it.
What is Test Kitchen? Okay, as Neil alluded to earlier, and some other folks have mentioned, it was originally built for Chef.
Yeah.
It's written in Ruby. Get it out now. I personally wish it wasn't written in Ruby myself, but it's written in Ruby.
But I like Ruby.
It works. Yeah. It works with Ansible. Also works with Puppet.
Yeah, that's how I know about it.
And it works with SaltStack. And I come from a much more in-depth background with SaltStack. That's how I got involved with this whole project. I managed an environment with 6,000 to 7,000 systems utilizing SaltStack and Kitchen CI. So as you can see, Kitchen will spin up a real instance of either a container or virtual machine. It'll run your playbook inside of that instance. You can verify the results with a number of different testing engines. I've listed a couple for you here. InSpec, ServerSpec. Never really used those two. I think I might have used ServerSpec when I was doing Puppet stuff back in the old days, but haven't really touched that in more than 10 years. Thank you. There's a batch verifier, which is going to become it's a prominent player in this demo that I'm going to show you. Busser, which is like a chef thing, I guess. The good thing is like once your test is completed, it tears everything down, so it's just a clean environment after. Spins everything up, runs a test, destroys it when it's done. A good candidate for CI/CD work. So the general workflow for utilizing Kitchen, now that I've explained a little bit about it. So your general workflow, you create your instance. The converge step essentially will run the playbook inside of the instance that you just created. Verify runs the tests, destroy destroys. Pretty straightforward. You guys can ask any questions you want during this, by the way. The good one, Kitchen Test. So this is the one that you would deploy in your CI/CD pipeline. When you're making changes, Kitchen Test will go through this whole battery of tests. It'll create, converge, verify, destroy it when it's over. It's awesome. There's also another one here listed. Kitchen Login will actually let you log into your instance and introspect it during the writing phase of your, when you're writing the playbook.
When you do Kitchen in CI, is it better to do the full scope single command or to run the steps and iterate them in the phases in CI?
So what I have done, so the question was what do we utilize? Do we use multi-phase CI or singular step CI?
Yeah.
And in my other gigs, it's always been in the single step.
Okay.
But I'm talking about the convergence test. I'm not talking about linting and other checks. Those are separate checks.
Yeah. I'm referring to specifically when you're using Kitchen.
Yes. So Kitchen is generally just the Kitchen test.
Okay.
And if it blows up, and you see it easily. So, setting up your kitchen. What does it look like to set up your kitchen? Are you guys ready? You love Ruby, right? Boom, Ruby. It's a gym.
Audible silence.
I didn't expect that much silence. So you need, Ruby, as you know, your language runtime environment. Bundler, just to help you manage your gym dependencies. Ansible, of course, on your workstation, because, this talk would not be anything without that. A driver. So you have a choice of drivers, and I'm going to go over that in a second. But the driver is your main component that sets up your instance. Kitchen Ansible is the provisioner plugin that works with Kitchen to work the Ansible playbooks in your instances.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you containerize this testing so that you don't have to have the dependencies?
Yes, you can. So the question was, can you containerize all of this into your testing? The answer is yes, you can.
Should you?
Only if you test it.
I mean, it's a legitimately a good question.
So
right?
the question is, should you containerize it? I feel
legitimately. I'm asking this because you have Vagrant and Qemu as well as Docker, and depending on what this is, what do you do to handle that properly?
Docker and Docker if it was Docker.
Oh no, I was I would say no to that personally. In the past, when I've set these up, we actually had full control of the CI environment, soup to nuts. Mm-hmm. So we ran, what does GitHub call them? Self-hosted runners. Mm-hmm. We built the images for those self-hosted runners. Everything was built in-house. So the environment that this kind of comes out of is a whole holistic environment where we built images, RPM packages. It's a Fedora CentOS environment. All that was built in-house, so we trusted it. Running this in a container didn't enter our minds because we had other constraints related to loopback devices where that kind of made things impossible to work. You probably could, if you didn't have to do any kind of disk I/O things, you could probably make that work, but we chose not to, just because of that reason. So the answer is yes. Should you? I guess it depends. We didn't do it.
I mean, that was why I was asking, because the first thing that came to my mind is, if you're attempting to test operating environments, then you're doing disk manipulation,
Yes.
and this is really painful to do inside of Docker.
Extremely painful. Yeah. Gem file. You guys, when's the last time you've seen a gem file? It's been a while. For me, it's been at least a couple days. Alrighty. So it's just as simple as this. You can make it as simple as this. I included the inspec verifier just because you need some sort of verification component built in, but you can make it as simple as this. All right. Kitchen utilizes I guess you can think of this as its spec file or its blueprint file. This tells it how to operate. So you can see it sets up the driver definition at the top. In this instance, we're looking at the Docker driver. Your provisioner information there is listed. The Ansible playbook is, germane to this talk. You can set many components within the provisioner setting, and there are links to all these things at the end of the slides for more information. In this instance, just use inspec verifier and platforms. The platforms become important here in a second. So what this is implying, with the platform being called here, it already knows that it's a Docker image. But as you're going to see, I'm not actually using Docker here. I'm using Podman.
I was just about to ask about that.
Yeah. So, yeah. So this is the fun part. Feel free to jump in and ask any questions you like related to Vagrant. Okay. So
I mean, you don't want me to ask about your picture that you chose?
No.
Okay.
So here's just a driver comparison chart. So obviously, your container-based instances are going to be faster to set up and spin up and spin down. They cannot check everything. Like I said before, the environment where I was running this, we had a lot of I/O intensive type things that we had to do disk manipulation, kernel manipulation for specific things. Docker and Podman don't lend themselves to that easily. Vagrant. Funny story about Vagrant. I worked for another energy company before the energy company that it just came from.
Oh.
And our security team, like, forbade the use of Vagrant. I could not use the box downloads for any reason. So I couldn't use it. It was mandated. I couldn't use it. So at that point, that team started utilizing building Qemu based images in house, which is why we chose Qemu.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to have Vagrant set up or anything any intermediate application system. You just have to have a Qemu QCOW image and then the Qemu binaries installed, and it just handles it for you. Qemu was like a huge topic, but I'm not going to go into any real Vagrant demos here. It's just going to be Qemu based stuff.
What's your system D column about?
Yeah.
Yeah, running systemd in Docker, it can be tricky.
Got it.
I like the word better. Can you expand on that?
I work for Red Hat.
Okay. Okay.
That's as far as I can go. Okay. Okay, the Docker Podman driver, I say /podman. There is no Podman driver per se. There is Docker and Dockin. The Dockin driver, the KKEN, is provided by Chef. It'll natively handle Podman, but it is more specifically for Chef. It will not work with the Ansible plugin provisioner at all. It is a Chef only thing. So Docker driver, this is a simple instance. So you running these components here, setting sudo privilege true, run command. What I'll show you here in a second, which is an interesting thing, in my demo, I'm actually using Docker images from Dockin because they embed the systemd setup. So that's already built into that, so I don't have to do it myself. And the run command and whatnot, you'll see. Platform, simple. Driver image, platform names, these are required components. It puts together the download, the fully qualified image name when it runs the Docker commands. And the Vagrant Qemu one, this is just an example of running Vagrant using libvirt provider. Same sort of thing. Okay, writing verification tests. This is the part that, like, this is really where the meat and the potatoes go together, or where the rubber meets the road. I don't know what the right.
You got it right the
thing to
second
say.
time.
The rubber meets the road.
You got good.
Where the rubber meets the potatoes. I guess is where.
When the potatoes meet the rubber.
When the potatoes meet the rubber. Okay. Oh God.
That'll be some nasty potatoes.
So like I said, so the CI Kitchen CI framework is extensible. You can use many different types of provisioners, plugins, and tests. We utilize, or I've personally utilized, the bash verifier with PyTest. Every team that I've worked with in the last 15 years has been a Python team as a main strength of the team. So it made sense to write tests in the language that everyone's already familiar with. Learning new languages is cool, but when you're managing a team, like, you want the team to be cohesive and well-oiled and all of that good stuff. So, I mean, it's Python, right? So it's just a simple set of functions that you're asserting things in the functions. Test infra is a plugin component of PyTest, which was written by a French gentleman named Philippe, something that I forget. I can't remember his last name, but I know his first name is Philippe. If you ever meet this guy in real life, you give him a beer or two, because he's written like this test library that is like awesome. It allows you to easily check packages, services, ports, users, anything you can think of.
So does this actually like hybridize with the built-in unit test modeling that Python already has, or is it like a different modeling framework that you write the tests and that PyTest just understands?
Oh, this is real PyTest. It's
So
real.
it is using.
Yeah,
it's a PyTest plugin, but like, what is the structure of the test code? Oh,
there it is.
There we go. It's unit test style.
There it is. It's unit test style. Yes. So you could do the classical unit test style if you like. Mm-hmm. You can write your own conf-test py files to help unify the tests. Here, I mean, this is you can make this very simple.
Nice.
I like this layout because to me this is very understandable. Like, assert host package nginx is installed. what does that say? Okay, is Nginx installed? Very easy to see. Not so much with some of the other, like inspect, for example, to me is confusing, but I'm a Python person, I feel, so I don't know. And this is basically what the tests are like. I've personally written playbooks that have had several hundred of these types of tests, and they're easy to follow. And they utilize all of the same PyTest decorators that you're, come to love, like,
Hatch.
Yeah, it's the @PyTest, which is the one. Parameterize is a great example. Yeah. So you can do that here. It's all the same stuff.
So you're really treating infrastructure as code now.
Well, well, I was. So just a simple project layout here. You have your project. You have your kitchen YAML, like we said, is the blueprint of your executions in the kitchen CI environment. You also have this little curveball that I just threw you called the kitchen.local.yaml, which is the override YAML of the kitchen YAML. So if you have things that you want to test locally, so long as you don't commit them to the repository, they won't run in your CI/CD because it takes precedence. Of course, your site YAML for your playbook and your roles, your test directory with just the generic, it's a simple web server test. Okay. When you run a test, this is like the simple output, what you get when everything works. This is what it looks like. When it doesn't work, well, you get tracebacks and it doesn't look nowhere near as pretty as this. One of the good things that I like that I didn't really put in the slide deck is you can have your PyTests trigger Python debugger on failure. So if you're running your test, for example, locally, you add a flag to PyTest like you would, and then it'll bounce out into your Python debugger so you can debug your tests, which is really cool.
What about debugging your playbook?
That goes with the testing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was a serious question, right?
Right.
Because what if you're developing this and the test passes, but it unexpectedly does something weird? How do you workflow that?
Okay, so in the flow, the steps. So the create step, the convert step, verify and destroy.
Mm-hmm.
If create fails, nothing happens.
Sure.
It just doesn't work. If converge fails, it stops at converge. It will never verify past that.
Okay.
So you can never get past the previous stage. So they're gating stages.
Mm-hmm.
Once verify passes, of course, it's good to go. If you're hitting unexpected behavior, you should write a test.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my opinion. We ran into this with SaltStack, where we could have multiple developers working on the same formula. One could make a change in one place, another can make a change in another place, and the tests can catch, like, say, for example, I wanted this file to be 644 ownership mode, and another person changes it to 700 or something. If you write the test properly, you'll catch that.
Yeah, so like this kind of came to mind because when I was, a couple of employers ago, I was part of a team where we were essentially forced to use Puppet.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the problem with Puppet is you have horizontal composition of all the Puppet modules in your manifest.
Mm-hmm.
So it is undefined behavior when you have two modules that create different constraints upon the same resource.
Okay.
And what I wound up seeing was a lot of flip-flopping, and this was one of those things where how do you deal with those kinds of things? I don't know if this is uniquely a Puppet problem. It might not.
It can happen in Ansible too.
Okay.
If you have an early play in the run says the file should be 644, or a late play in the run says it should be 755. Every time you run it goes to 644, then 755, then 644, then 755.
It will flip-flop. So that's essentially it's not an idempotent playbook.
Yeah.
Which there's a test for that in here.
Okay.
That I'll actually show you in a second because it's demo time, and now I'm really getting nervous.
You'll be fine. Yeah.
So this is I don't know if you guys can see this. This is the code is at that link. This will be available later if you want to download and look.
Are the slides going to be in there too?
Yeah. I'll give them to the folks.
We're praying for you.
Thank you.
Crossed fingers.
Thank you so much. Why? Where? Oh, you know what? Because I still have it as full screen. Dang it.
I think the minions are laughing at you.
Yeah, they're laughing. Those little jerks. Okay. This is like the worst.
You're okay, dude. It's fine.
Are you able to see that? Do I need to make the text?
You need to make it slightly bigger. It's
Okay.
a little. The colors make it hard with the small text. There you go. Much better.
Okay.
I like colors. It's just it's made it hard.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so in the demo, I'm just going to show you a quick and dirty. I have 3 separate platforms set up. So I have a CentOS Stream 10, Fedora 42, and a Debian 13 Podman container image. I'm not going to try to run them all. I'm just going to pick one and run it because I'm afraid that this is just going to sit here. So, and I'm using aliases. So KL is my alias for kitchen list. This will show me the list of what I have configured in my kitchen file. Verifier clearly says it's a shell verifier. That's all. This is basically reading the YAML file and giving you the output. So what I'll run here is kitchen converge C10S. So that KC is a shortcut for kitchen converge. What this is going to do, and I have the images cached locally, by the way. What this does is loads up or runs the container for CentOS Stream 10. Injects a couple of things that we need to get the kitchen stuff running on it, and then executes the Ansible playbook.
There it is. Eventually.
It also runs a nice little add-on for the provisioner that's called item potency check, which means it will run it twice during the phase of the converge. So if that fails, then your converge fails. And you have not written an item potent playbook, and you need to make that fix.
Oh yeah, that's what it's doing there.
Yeah.
Can you configure the amount of runs it does? Because like, what if 2 times it doesn't, like you get the same result, but the 3rd time you don't?
Okay. The question is that can you configure the number of times that it runs for the item potency check? I would have to look that up. I don't know the answer to that.
Is 2 enough? Like, is that a silly question?
Generally speaking,
it's not a silly question at all.
No, you're right. Generally speaking, yeah.
No, it's a good question. Like in my case, with the example that I had in mind, 1 in 5 times it would fail, and it was bizarre as crap. And like figuring it out was really difficult because there's no visibility when it's running in production. There's some irony. Like when you do these production runs, I mean, I just never had any visibility what went wrong with those.
So there's a, I didn't go into any detail here, but there's a fun part of this plugin. When you're using the PyTest plugin, you can actually point it at your real systems. And I didn't want to go into too much detail, but we used to do this with a salt environment. We would pick like a small subset of the environment and put it in a list and actually run these checks against those.
That's cool.
Yeah, it worked.
We should do that.
It can work.
I was thinking, or molecule, one or the other.
Or both.
Both.
No.
Both.
Oh, the projector's down.
Oh no.
No, it came back.
Okay. So now I'm going to run the verify step, and this is just I'm going to show you the test pass or fail. I hope they pass. Everything passed. Congratulations. 8 tests pass. And that's it in a nutshell. What I didn't show you is that there's a web page that this generates, and like we're just going to skip over that because I think we're running low on time. I want to show you one more. I'll show you one more thing here. So in this instance, I'm going to run a workstation, which is why I wanted to demo the Qemu side. I use this method for setting up my workstations at home.
I was actually going to ask about that.
Yeah. So there's a way you can pass parameters to. I'm going to launch the console interface so we can actually see what you would look at when you're logging into it. So just bear with me for a second. I probably should show. So this, I only have Fedora 42, 43, 44, and Rawhide. I'm going to converge a Rawhide instance.
Oh.
It's going to launch Qemu here. And I'll put this up here just so you can see that it's actually doing things in the background. This is not a container. This is actually built with a software project called Kiwi, which I think is like one of the coolest things ever. In the repo, there's a make file that has a bunch of Kiwi commands that'll generate these for you if you like. It utilizes the Fedora Kiwi descriptions but stripped down's only for KDE. I didn't want to put everything in there.
I mean, look, you picked the right choice.
Uh-oh.
No!
And it blew up.
That's probably Kiwi's fault.
Yeah, this is probably Kiwi's fault.
Actually, it looks like you don't have internet.
Yeah, it looks like internet dropped out.
No, it's not. I know exactly what that is. That's a DNF flake.
Oh yeah, that thing.
File system error cannot copy. That is a very annoying DNF flake that we're hopefully getting rid of soon.
Okay, it is rawhide, by the way. So
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, it happens.
Oh no,
in
it happens on every
It happens in
release.
44 too. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It should be fixed by the time we ship. I hope.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I think they've made a fix for it. I'm pretty sure the bug has a fix with it, and we did a 0-day push, so it should be fixed. Let me see.
Is this upstream right now? Am I hitting something upstream that's broken? Because this work.
This is not your fault.
Okay.
This is
just
just
making my.
this is one of those flake things that create the idempotency problems.
Yeah. This has been making my life hell lately.
It made my life hell on my
So
machines too.
I'm sorry, I can't show you this. I was going to show you like it's going to launch like a KDE instance with Leroy Jenkins as
If
the
you run
user.
it again, it might work.
It'll probably work the second time.
It's just a flake.
It just happens every once in a forever moves.
Yeah. Wow.
That is the first time I've ever seen it.
Lucky you.
Yeah. I'll send you the bug link.
We're at time, but we have another 15 for a Q&A.
15 for Q&A?
There's a stable update push.
Oh, hey, they did actually fix it.
Here, let me see if this converges. If not, then
if the fix works.
Survey says.
Updating and loading repositories.
This is where it died, so we hope.
If you manage to reproducibly break it, this is great
Actually,
too.
yeah, because I got the Fedora QA guy right here.
Because it's been a royal pain.
Yeah, you can't make it happen. It just sometimes happens. There's nothing you can do.
Sweet.
If you make it reproducibly fail, he's gonna love you
Yeah,
for
see,
that.
you got past it that time.
It worked
past
this time.
it,
See?
Yeah, it's just like.
Good lord.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
It had to do it when I'm presenting.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
The God showed you why
Yeah.
I
You
asked
don't
you
do
this
live
question.
events.
Yeah. The God showed why I asked you this question now.
Yeah.
But now you got another install step, so we hope this one works. It's like Russian roulette this step.
Yeah.
It
We'll
is
see.
about like a 1 in 50, 1 in 100 shot, so you got pretty unlucky.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. We'll see how it goes. So the whole gist of this is setting up special environment with Plasma 6.6 came out with a Plasma setup package that kind of does what this playbook already does.
So you turn it off.
I ripped it out.
Yeah.
I took that out. I didn't want to have that in here because I didn't want to have to like log in and click around and do
Yeah,
stuff.
no need.
Don't do that one. Oh yeah, I see.
By the way, if you actually create a user, Plasma Setup will skip user
It skips it.
creation.
I know.
Yeah.
So
I read that after I
yeah,
redid the image.
it's totally cool.
So long story short, this is going to install a couple of packages and set up a environment using OhmyZesh, change the scheme to the same scheme you're
This
seeing
is the
here.
second run. This is the
Yeah.
the item potency verified.
So we're really pushing our luck on this, right? 3 times.
Well, no, because it has to query.
It has to query.
The query doesn't
cache?
ever hit this bug. I think. I
Okay.
think only actually install transactions hit this bug.
Okay. Okay, so it passed. Good lord.
So that means when you log in, it'll be a thing, right?
Yeah, hold on. Let's see here.
And it's still running because you didn't do the destroy command yet.
I have not destroyed anything. Like this is instances still running, and this is part of the introspective login thing that you can do on the command line. But
if it was SSH.
yeah. So there's no sound. I really wanted to figure out how to make it play Leroy Jenkins when he logged in, but
That would have been fun.
yeah.
You can make it play sounds if you use there's a pipewire command that will actually let you I think it's PW play or something like that, and it will
Really?
let you play a music file. I do this all the time to freak people out.
Well, I need to work that into the next version.
There it is.
Okay, so it's set up in its dark mode. It's part of the Ansible playbook is to set it to dark
Nice.
mode. Open the terminal, and it should be Zesh with my the same thing we said earlier.
Wow. Sweet.
This
I
is
need to do this for my own stuff.
I installed a package called Zim, which is like a personal wiki
Notebook thingy.
notebook deal. And just launch it. There it is.
Hey, traceback.
Yeah, we see the traceback.
Yeah, well, I could launch it from the menu, but this is weird. Going through the mouse is not really responsive in this. But yeah, as you can see there, I mean I'll run the test just for completeness. And I know we're running close to being out of time here.
Use this and go up things.
Like this, yeah, we really need. Some
So there
things it's
goes.
hard because they're bare metal, like
74
using
tests.
The OpenQA network things is probably going to be hard to do in the VM.
But I would love it if
Stuff.
I would
Most
love it
stuff
if
we
the
could do
Koji
this.
deployment was
Yeah,
actually
something
tested
like
like
that,
this,
yeah.
because then
Would be
other
nice.
people know how to use it.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Okay, I will go really quickly. I know we're out of time. Unless you guys have questions you want to ask or anything.
You've still got like 11
A little bit of time.
minutes.
You got time.
Okay, CI/CD, blah blah blah, GitHub. Here's your GitHub pipeline. Everybody uses this.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah blah blah. So this is an example of what I've used at previous companies. Self-hosted runners that we had full control over.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you may be able to do this in container. I personally would not try to do that, but you can try it. Like it's definitely something you could try. The run section at the end, the most important deal here, and this is like, this bit us a few times. If you don't add the -d flag to kitchen test, if the test fails, the kitchen instance will still run.
Oh, and you
And
want
then
to
if you-
not do that.
And if you do it, a bunch of these that are running like automatically or on a time configuration or a cron job, then it'll stack up and you'll run out of space. Best practices, you guys already know all this, right? Cache,
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, so you want, to make things run quicker, right, you can use Docker or Podman for your test instances. They're faster than VMs. It's true, but you may have constraints that are bound by disk operations or special kernel operations that may not make that a feasible solution for you. You know, always run your lint checks, YAML lint checks. Kitchen test has a concurrency flag. You can run multiple instances simultaneously. It really helps, but once you get over 50, then it kind of, I can't say this on the stream, but it kind of craps itself.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work well over 50 that I've personally seen, so it's anecdotal. Cache your Ruby gems, your Docker, Podman images, your system images. If you cache them close, makes things a lot faster. Always run on a PR. So when you're making a change to your playbook, make this a test. Make this a gating test so that you cannot merge unless these things pass. Consider a nightly full matrix build. So at previous energy companies that I work for, we would rebuild the entire environment every night. Every night. We tested against CentOS Stream, nightly composes every night. So we wanted to make sure that everything was working. Common pitfalls, systemd containers. Like I said, in my test, the demo that I gave you here, the Docker images already have systemd pre-installed and configured and set up, and they work. You can have networking problems with VMs and containers. Everyone already knows this already, so I don't need to go over that. You may be missing Python libraries. If you're using a specialized type of container, like anything that's using Musel, you may have issues. You want to speed up your feedback loops, so that's why the converge and iterate, the converge login test can help you to kitchen with your writing of your playbooks. The item potency test, I'll just go over this. I just explained it, but this is like what to show you here. This is really powerful. You should use it. Key takeaways. Your infrastructure code deserves the same rigorous testing as your application code. Kitchen will give you a real environment to test. It's not a mock environment. It's a real environment. You can actually use it. You can log into these damn things and use them. Excuse me, darn things and use them. One thing is start simple. Just pick one platform, a few PyTests to get used to the way it works, and then you can scale it up. If you're blessed to work in an environment that's a monolithic environment, I call that a blessing because you don't have to know every type of iteration of different way to do things and test things because the different distros put things in different places. So if you have one, keep it with one is what I would say. You want to test your behavior and not outcomes. You're not testing Ansible internals. So Ansible is really good about testing its own internals. There's a good team of people behind it, making sure that it works well. And you want to build confidence. This is a list of some of the resources. Feel free to take a picture if you like. And questions? So you didn't see the webpage from earlier. It has cats and dogs on it. So this last picture may not make sense.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, I have a question. You've got, earlier your slides had a big table with all the different drivers and all the different use cases. I'm not probably as familiar with most of the stuff as everyone in the room, but I've never used Ruby in my life. So first question is, why not just run Ruby on its own system, essentially, and just remove that from being a problem? But then, if you've got Podman and Docker and Qt and all these other options, would you want to test the application in the environment that is being run in production? Like, do you not want to align your test? Like, if I'm running LXCs, VMs, all those different combinations, why is it a choice, I guess, is my question for that table, when you shouldn't you just be picking the one that's most appropriate for it being run?
So there are multiple drivers that I did not go and show here. So I only picked the top 4. There's literally like 15 or 20 of these.
Okay.
There are drivers for Amazon AWS, Google Cloud, VMware.
Yeah.
There's everything you can imagine. These drivers exist.
And a lot of them, the things that you're doing in Ansible or whatever aren't going to change.
Yeah, the Ansible components themselves won't change.
It depends on the scope of what the coverage of your playbook is. If your coverage in your playbook includes, for example, hardware configuration, then you are going to want drivers that represent that hardware configuration. Like that, I was actually interested in learning about the driver things because, like, my Ansible playbook, my only Ansible playbook I have, is the one for my laptops. And right now I don't actually have hardware testing, but eventually I will encounter a case where, like, I need to do specific hardware configuration. I need to capture that in the playbook. How do I test to make sure that that actually takes real effect?
So I guess my follow-up question is, like, I'm learning OpenShift stuff, not OpenShift, OpenStack. So if I want to test that, if I'm trying to pretend that I can do a multi-cloud thing, would I not want to have multiple drivers so I can test in the OpenStack, test in the AWS, and like make sure that they all work in different platforms?
Sure,
or
you're just increasing your costs at that point.
Yeah, that's going to be.
The more places to test, the more sure you are, but also cost you more to run.
It's a balance.
Okay.
Right?
It takes longer.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and also it's not just money though; it's also time.
Yeah.
Time is a big factor, especially when your complexity increases. So, like, there's some time-saving components, like you can run the concurrency settings, which if you get to a certain number of concurrent tests, it can give you bad results. It can blow up on you. There's also plugins within Python that can increase the actual test side, the PyTest side. The Python XDist library can run all of those tests in parallel. So you can converge everything in parallel and then run your tests in parallel, make things a lot quicker.
Yeah, I understand the time this stuff takes as well.
Yeah.
4 minutes left.
Any other questions? Yes, sir?
Access to the slides?
Access to the slides, I will upload those and make them available to the Linux Fest Northwest folks. Anything else? Then I give you back a few minutes. Thank you.
You did great, Robbie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job.
It was fantastic. Thank you. I learned something new, and it was cool.
We actually need something
Despite
like that in Fedora
the fact
Infra,
that it's in
because,
Ruby and from Chef.
Yeah, we merge the Ansible pull request, and then we run it and we see what explodes. That's how we do Fedora Infra.
Wow, yeah.
Well, and like this was
we do it in staging first, if there's a staging instance.
Which there almost always isn't.
Yeah, about 50-50.
Like in my case, like one of the biggest challenges I had while I was dealing with at my previous employer before, I had 3 different config management tools all operating in the same environment.
And then I didn't even mention that. So we were using this to move from Salt to Ansible at UAG.
Yeah, so
because the
at
tests
Data,
work the same way.
At Data, we had Salt and Chef and Puppet and all running in parallel doing different parts of the system. That's why I was asking about the dependency check, because like this crap gets complicated.
Yeah.
You have 3 of them all fighting for control.
That's nuts, dude.
It was because the teams couldn't agree on a single system, and I didn't get a choice.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to deal with that.
And then they added Ansible when we got this other team that was like, hey, we're moving away from CF Engine because you're not letting us do CF Engine. But we picked Ansible, so screw you. So we wound up eventually having every config management tool under the sun running on our servers.
Oh my god.
I might stick around and check out the competition. Well, molecule.
It's molecule talk. I'm gonna stick around for it.
So, what I heard from your talk is the molecule is similar to this, but it uses mock environments, not real environments. Is that correct?
Well, molecule uses containers as far as I'm aware. Automated containers.
The big problem with molecules, it can't do VMs.
Okay.
No, if they had that feature, then I would probably say molecule would be.
Because like I looked at Molecule for basically that reason to test my own laptop configs, and they can't
I
do
mean,
it.
containers would be good enough for quite a lot of that.
I can't test the configuration of my KDE desktop.
No, I get that, but I'm talking about infra. I don't care about your laptop.
Well, I mean, like the bulk of what I had to do was developer environment. So that
So what we did at previous gig was we created these net install images for field devices for telemetry that were based on KDE. And this is how we were able to test the playbooks.
Well, we have a deployment setup that uses Word to install. It just has kickstarts, and that's how things get deployed. But I was saying, like containers, we could test most of the paths on containers, and it would be close enough.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Most
I
of
appreciate
we can't
everything.
test the builders.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
Appreciate you
but
talking.
most of our stuff is, you could fake it with a container. It would be right.
You all say?
Nope, I'm
Are you our next speaker?
Yes.
Awesome.
I'm gonna go into the washroom.
So I'm not sure who my replacement is, but we'll get you set up anyway.
Sure, come on. You're coming with it. We're done.
Theoretically, we should be able to just plug into HDMI and it should just work. Reboots may be needed depending. Here you go.
It'll be CSCI 497, but it's a temporary class number, but I think it's the last time it'll be temporary. So it's the like real-time embedded systems. Yeah, so I can so I scope.
Oh, it's a delay.
Yeah, UW. There's Rania Hussein who had an NSF grant for a teaching system. So I'm going to be an early adopter of that. So they have lots of hardware.
It is
and
up
cameras on the hardware. Altera socks. And so their idea is now you have a virtual space that they've been working on classwork and this sort of thing. So like,
I don't need internet, but it's cooler if I do.
Yeah, we have Ethernet set up for the last talk, so if you want to use it, we do have.
Okay. Yeah, let me get my adapter. That's the life we all live now.
Oh,
There.
sorry, yeah, great Ethernet.
I always felt really silly writing that. Is what I just asked you to do done? Right.
Theoretically, it should work. If it doesn't, I'll call the helpline.
Okay. Yeah, seems to work.
Awesome. And then yeah, the test could be wrong too, but the odds of being wrong.
Yeah, and have students do that, and then have them, they could be
Just in case.
No, this is good because I think a lot of these, when they do the digital class and you see the people's resumes, they say, oh, I've been working through this process. It's like, yes, but probably not synthesizable and operate at the same megahertz too, those sort of things.
You're talking about bugs.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff.
Like Gary just tested
That was pretty young.
Sneak past you here. Lower the gain.
I have a bunch of automation that runs, thousands.
You on circle? Yeah.
Every day playing on this.
And he was laughing. He's like, he was just doing combinatorial logic. And he's like, you poor bastards. I did this in graduate school in Berkeley, It's like 300 level class. So there's a lot, and he didn't teach anybody, He's like, good luck, with your assignment. So I like, it takes a lot of training to become working on it.
the scanning tool.
Very good. Okay, now there are two.
So let's
I'll send you a message. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your
I don't know if I can help you.
It's nice that we're having a discussion.
I just transferred up to Western as a CX student.
Okay. What is there a variable that's responsible for that? Is it the OST?
I don't think we do that. As far as I know, the door doesn't. Yeah, we just make it big. We don't want to scan it. Have to. Just keep up with. Yeah, no, as far as I know, they don't know.
Writing
I've been using Signature for a year and a half.
That's
lower than anything when
I see. Yeah, but that's really cool. Yeah, it's fun stuff, right?
I know there are some scanner tools that keep up to date with Red Hat stuff. I don't know if anyone actually.
Do you have a replacement?
Yeah.
I don't just make sure.
Anything I need to change or mic test or anything?
That's one of the best
good.
Okay.
HDMI is working. The mic seems to be doing good. I guess if you wanted to try talking a little bit,
okay.
Like your
All right.
presenting volume.
Test, test, test. This is my presenter volume.
Maybe I'll turn it up just a smidge.
Okay. Make the volume match the anxiety levels. That helps.
No. Yeah, so we'll have 30 minutes for the talk,
okay.
And then another 15 after for kind of Q&A.
Okay.
If you get questions either throughout or in the end, try to repeat them into the mic if you can.
I will try to remember that.
Sounds good.
I will try.
Yeah. It's always so easy to forget.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, have fun with the talk. I think we're on the technical side should be good to go. So.
Okay. 10 minutes, I guess?
Yeah, we'll try to start at 4 o'clock, just because last time we've had some complaints about like trying to get to the talk, like, oh, they started at 4, so just trying to do it right on time.
Okay. We wait a few minutes too, if that works.
I think on time should be okay.
Okay.
Red Hat doesn't sort of direct things exactly. There are obviously a lot of Red Hat people involved, but there's a lot of people who aren't. Like Neil, who will sing next week, big loud and knowledgeable, he doesn't work for Red Hat. He has very few things. He does tons of stuff in Fedora. Like within the last 2 years, he's completely changed how all the Fedora library images are built. Like with the Kiwi thing they were talking about, we build nearly everything with Kiwi now. That's mostly Neil. So. There's a lot of people who just don't work for Red Hat.
There's certainly combinatorial arguments.
Yeah, it's kind of display.
So it's a whole thing, so it can be very hard. So if it's RTL, it could be like some of those things we're going to have.
Okay.
Red Hat shop.
Great.
Well, good thing.
That was that's Neil Belva. Yeah. In the flesh. Live and in color.
Okay.
Yes. That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
I could line and do that stuff.
Well, see, so one of the things.
So like your entire background.
It's a good thing because you may work somewhere where they use the embedded side. And if you don't, it's always good to have a breadth of knowledge. So you're like, well, I understand what's going on here. So like this stuff that I'm
Controversial question. Sure. What's your favorite programming language?
I'll say Python.
Python?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
The one I know best, not necessarily the one that I know.
Yeah.
How about yourself?
I like Ruby, to be honest, which, based off of the last talk, feels like a controversial take.
Jeez.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're all kind of a tool for the toolbox, but as far as like the thing that I have the funnest programming in, I feel like it's been Ruby.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I mean, whatever floats your boat, whatever is the best tool for the job.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've used C++ and Python and a whole bunch of the usual suspects. But
I used to play around with.
Oh, monorepos are a crime, in my opinion, but yeah. I think the only language that I actively dislike but use it anyway is JavaScript. That and TypeScript. Yeah. Gotcha.
It looks fine. I was
told that this was going to be remote, so I'm surprised to see a person here.
Oh,
Hi.
later.
But,
Do you
yeah,
have
we're
some
we're
idea
good.
how you prove your bird health?
Yeah.
I guess I could.
Jason? Yeah. We're good.
Good luck, Kevin.
Of course. That's all I do.
Thank you.
And your last name's pronounced
Hoppus.
Hoppus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Well, I kind of figured, but double consonants, you never
Yeah.
know where they're going to go.
I hear Hopus about half the time, so.
I'm not surprised.
I wonder if anyone's ever done that, just like hijack someone else's talk. Just walk in and be like, yeah, that's me.
It'd be impressive.
Just for the what?
You could probably do it. There's a
Yeah,
couple
that's
where
really
the
enticing,
speaker just
right?
never shows up. And
Yeah, you could just be like, oh yeah, that's me. There's some conferences they play like slide deck bingo or something they call it, where you have to get up and stand there, and then the game is that slides appear behind you. You have no idea what they are, and you have to like do a presentation over the top. Slide deck karaoke. That's what they call it. So
Incredible.
it gets pretty fun.
you gotta like come up with things. There's a word for it, and I forgot it.
Improvise.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
So we do know you.
Hmm?
I have emails from you.
Uh-oh.
I know that name was super familiar. I've definitely seen your name before too.
I'm sorry.
I've never met you in my life.
So we found the liar.
A stranger's just a friend.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
this is Bryce.
Okay.
I've never really done anything inside Brandon.
Oh, okay. Brooks, I remember calls. I don't really.
I'm always quiet if I join them.
You might also know Marshall's a former.
I guess.
Well, I guess I didn't Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
You as well.
Hopefully you enjoy it.
Yeah.
If you do, I'll give you my boss's name. If you don't, let me call you here.
No, I never heard that. Is this the
to it, but it had an PCI software, so I could set it. Yeah. 2.5 gigs right now. Certain places, yeah.
Do you prefer the door open or closed?
Closed, I guess.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Introduction to Ansible Molecules with Brian Hoppus. I literally asked.
No worries. Hi, everybody. So to start things off, who here has used Ansible before? Awesome. Who has used Ansible Molecule before? No one. All right, you guys are in the right place. We're all beginners. So we all spend a lot of time focusing on writing the automation content itself, but in my opinion, we don't spend enough time focused on testing that automation code. So hopefully that's what we'll cover today. So to just kind of do an overview, I'm going to talk a little bit about who I am and why I'm here, why we want to test automation, what Ansible Molecule is, and why we would want to use it for testing automation, how it works, and then hopefully I'll have a demo that actually works. So my name is Brian Hoppus. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I am kind of your neighbor. I live over in Kitsap County on the west side of the Puget Sound. I've spent about 12 plus years as a Linux sysadmin for the United States Navy as a civil servant. I worked at China Lake, California and at Keyport, Washington. I had access to just some crazy Linux servers out there. Had a lot of fun doing that. And then in 2021, I decided to hang out my government hat and pick up my red fedora. And ever since then, I've been a technical account manager at Red Hat, helping customers with both Red Hat Enterprise Linux and Ansible Automation Platform. All right, so why do we even want to bother with testing our automation code in the first place? Well, we want to make sure that it is actually of some degree of quality, right? So your automation code is really going to be only as good as your testing method against it. If you have good testing for your automation code, that's going to give you some degree of confidence. And when I say operational confidence here, what I'm really referring to is like level of certainty and trust that you have that the code will behave correctly and predictably when deployed. That whole "it works on my machine" philosophy will change into "it works in the target environment in production-like scenarios." Ultimately, this is going to yield more maintainable systems, and maintainable systems are systems that humans can understand, providing fast feedback loops, so you have the confidence that you need to make iterative changes and the trust that you're not going to break production because of those changes. So there's a number of different qualities that are important in testing your automation code. These are the four that stick out in my mind, which is why I have them highlighted here. None of this is really dogma. These aren't hard and fast rules that you have to adhere to. They're more like guidelines and good practices, but really good practices. So atomic tests. These are like singular focused tests. So the state for a given Ansible role test should not generally be dependent on the state left by a previous Ansible role test. Sometimes it's necessary. You're not always going to be able to decouple dependencies, but I would have this as like your default approach to automation code testing. Idempotency, this is a core tenet of Ansible. If you're not aware, this is basically the ability to run an operation more than once, but it only affects change one time. So like, for example, you're installing a package on a Linux server. You run the Ansible code, it only makes that change once, even if you run that Ansible code multiple times. So non-idempotent code can be written. You can do things like line and file or running shell scripts inside of your Ansible playbooks. I would caution you to avoid that if possible. That's the path that leads you down configuration drift, and drifting configuration is going to push you into unexpected issues. So scope flexibility is an interesting one. When we talk about testing, there's a number of different tests that we can run. So we can run tests against infrastructure, specific applications that sit on top of that infrastructure, API testing, integration testing. So we need a testing solution that can encompass all those in the chain that you specify, or pull those out as necessary. Like if I'm only worried about setting up automation for the infrastructure itself, I should be able to just run those tests, right? So that gives you that scope flexibility. And then for lifecycle management, we tend to deploy automation code on top of systems that get deployed manually, especially when we're testing, right? So it'd be really nice if we had a way to automatically deploy the infrastructure needed and then destroy it once the test is run. And state management is another important thing to worry about. You want to be able to preserve application configurations between test phases when that's necessary. So this pushes back a little bit against that atomic philosophy, but it's necessary in scenarios like testing database states for integration testing. Okay, so we talked about why we want to test, what looks like a good test. So Ansible Molecule hopefully will get us to that desired state. So Ansible Molecule is part of our Ansible DevTools package to help you automate your automation testing. You'll be able to use it to build clean test environments in extremely small amounts of time with simple commands. So you can see here listed on the slide, you can automatically spin up and destroy clean, consistent test environments. It has all those attributes that I listed on the previous slide, atomic, idempotent, scope flexible, and manages your lifecycle management. So there's a ton of different Ansible development tools that we have. I highlighted this, like kind of where we, as Red Hat, see it sitting in our total amount of tools here. You can kind of think about Ansible development in 3 stages, and this squarely fits in the test phase here. So what does this look like in an actual development process? The slide here, it has you starting with like write Ansible code at the beginning. I actually like to write my molecule tests first. That is more of a scientific driven approach where you have that, what's the word? You have a known failed state, right? Like you write the test first, you know you don't have the automation code. It's going to run correctly. So you expect it to fail. It's your control. That's what I was looking for. Once you get that failure, you know that it's time to go back and write the actual Ansible code, running it through the linter and the syntax checkers, and you run that until you get passing tests with your molecule tests. Once you get that passing test, you can push that up through your execution environment for Ansible. And this whole pipeline can be automated in your normal CI/CD pipelines using GitLab runners or GitHub Actions. I know of some customers that use OpenShift pipelines as well. It's pretty flexible. So why Ansible Molecule specifically? Like there's a number of testing tools out there that work with Ansible. The big thing here is that it's Ansible based. So you're not using some different language to test your Ansible code. You're using Ansible to test Ansible. This allows people who are already comfortable with Ansible to test all of their Ansible code. They're not dependent on learning something like Python or Ruby or JavaScript that's outside of their like main knowledge domain. So it allows people to kind of broaden that community of automation practice. It also uses Ansible native inventories if that's what you want to do. It's not required, but it can be pretty handy to use. And it standardizes like what I like to call the verification layer. So if you were using some other tool or some sort of like in-house built script, like a set of bash scripts, you could use things like checking exit status. You'd have to write a bunch of if-else statements. This should kind of sound familiar with the whole like Ansible philosophy of just writing YAML code to check code implicitly. And the cool thing about being Ansible based is you can get pretty granular with the details without diving deep into complicated Python code. So this is what an example molecule directory structure looks like. This is going to sit right alongside your Ansible collection or roles. Each one of these YAML files here might look familiar because it matches some of these commands that you see here. So you've got the molecule command and then subcommands that match each of these stages. These stages are pretty flexible, so you don't have to use ones that you don't think are necessary for you. You can add in custom ones as well. You can use some of these stages to kind of branch out into substages. So let's say you're not exclusively a RHEL shop or an Ubuntu shop. You can have a stage that tests both. So pretty flexible scenario here. As far as getting your molecule environment set up, there's a number of different ways. For this demonstration, for this talk, I chose the Python virtual environment. That seemed like the most straightforward to get started once you have the necessary information. There's other ones as well, like if you're running like RHEL 8 or 9, you have a system package there, Ansible DevTools. If you're looking for a more modern approach, I would look at local dev containers. Containers obviously bundle up everything that you need for deploying applications, but they can also be used for development scenarios too. So this works really well with something like Visual Studio Code or some other fork of Visual Studio Code. If you want to get really fancy with things, have a look at OpenShift dev spaces. This is really cool tech. Highly recommend looking into it. So you can use containers running on OpenShift clusters to host entire development environments. You log into a web UI that looks like Visual Studio Code. So it doesn't even sit on your local laptop. You can just spin it up on demand. And it's already got all the Ansible development tools installed for you. All right, so like I said, we're going to do Python virtual environments today. This is what the official molecule documentation shows first. It does show all the scenarios, but it looked a little light on some of the requirements for actually getting the packaging installed. So I thought I would document that here for you. I'm running it on a Fedora 43 VM, and we're going to be installing this set of packages here. I went with Fedora because it's widely available to anyone. You don't need a subscription to any Red Hat product. So I wanted to have that available to as much of the community as possible. If you've never installed Python packages or messed with any of that, it's important to know which version of Python you're working from as a baseline. So for this demonstration, I selected Python 3.13. I know it works with Molecule. There are other versions of Python that also work with it, but this is the latest that I saw explicitly stated. To set up packages with your chosen Python version, I recommend using what's called virtual environments. So the advantage of a virtual environment is you can install Python packages and all their dependencies without it affecting the underlying system. So you can wipe away the virtual environment and you still have a working Fedora workstation in this case. So you can see the UV command here. I'm installing a specific Python version and then creating a virtual environment. Yes, question?
You have Python versions packaged in Fedora. You can just use the Fedora Python 3.13 package.
Very true. However, if you do it this way, it doesn't matter if it's Fedora or not.
Oh, true. What's everything? That's true.
And then I add the -- seed sorry, the question was, Fedora, or the statement was, we have packages for Python 3.13 already available in Fedora, and this method makes it distribution agnostic. The -c is needed because you need the wheel tools to actually install the Ansible DevTools package. And then you source it so your path is modified so you know where to look for the binaries, the libraries, that sort of thing. All right. Demonstration. That's not readable at all.
Maybe a couple more.
How's that? A little bit more. Okay. So this is just a small example role here. This is just going to handle some Nginx server stuff, and I've got alongside it a molecule directory. We're going to go through each of these line by line, and there's a quiz at the end. Just kidding. Okay, so I wanted to start here in this create stage. I'm going to be using containers as my testing deployment infrastructure. This makes it really easy for this demonstration. You don't have to use containers. You can use EC2 instances, whatever works for you. And I'm going, again, with CentOS just to make it available to everybody. So that's going to create my underlying infrastructure. And then this step isn't strictly necessary for this demonstration, but I wanted to show you at least that you can do more than just like set up the boxes or the containers. You can actually like install packages and stuff too in this prepare stage. And then the real meat of things is converge. This is where your actual tests are being run. And then at the end, we've got a verify stage. And so we're setting up an Nginx server inside of a container. And one of the key things is we want to make sure that it's actually running. So what I did was I've got my role here, and currently it's set to not have the package installed. So we've got it set to a state of absent. So let's go over to the terminal. Hopefully everyone can see that now. So I'm going to go ahead and run my test. This takes a little bit because it's going to try to pull down the packages to throw into the containers that it just deployed with Podman. All right, checking for directories. Oh, we got a failure. So that's actually good. This is the kind of demo failure that you really want. So we can see that it can't restart Nginx because it's not actually there. So let's go back to our playbook. Just make a simple single line change. Another molecule test. And this time we should see the test pass. All right, passing tests. Cool. All right, so hopefully you think Ansible Molecule might be something that you want to adopt in the future. There's great documentation on getting started. I got my slides out of order here, sorry about that. So I would get started here. We also have, I didn't put in the slide deck here, there's a Ansible community or automation community of practice repository on GitHub called the Good Practices repository. Not best practices, because there's a number of good ways of doing things. You should find some Ansible Molecule goodies in there as well. All right. Any questions?
How does tie into some of the other ones you had kind of created? It is the testing side. There was one on the right, one on the left. I can't remember now. Does this kind of integrate a little bit with some of those other tools? Or?
You can integrate them. You have to do that integration yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're meant to be put together. The PyTest Ansible and the Tox Ansible, that's more for like developing the module itself. So you're going to be looking at a lot more Python code than Ansible code. Yes.
So you write the test in Ansible. It seems like a non-trivial amount of Ansible. Do you wind up in a kind of Inception scenario where you need to test your tests and test the tests of your tests? And
Yeah, that kind of sounds like an anxiety spiral, huh? I would not advocate that approach. So the command here, molecule init, will create that structure for you.
Right.
And there's some, what's the word?
So there's some kind of scaffolding that you can work from. You're not writing
Exactly.
it from scratch yourself every time.
Yeah. And same thing with the collection or role. Use Ansible Galaxy, init. Yeah. Yes.
If we wanted to learn Ansible molecule, would you recommend learning Ansible by itself and then adding on Ansible molecule, or going straight into Ansible molecule?
So the question was order of learning Ansible versus Ansible molecule. I remembered that time. I would recommend Ansible first. There's core concepts covered in that learning phase that you're going to need for molecule. Back there first.
Is this like an officially sanctioned part of Ansible or the Ansible devs developing molecule?
So the question was, is it officially sanctioned, supported, I'm guessing? Yes. So let me go back to that slide here. So it's included as a system package. If you're an Ansible Automation Platform customer, you have access to the AAP repositories. You can install it that way on your RHEL server. And then the OpenShift dev spaces, obviously it's OpenShift, it's from Red Hat, so you're going to get those containerized development environments from Red Hat as well. Yes.
In my job, I work with bare metal servers that have specialized hardware, so it's not really something I can, make a container of. Like, how would I be using Ansible molecule if I even can in that kind of situation?
So the question was, how do I use Ansible molecule in a bare metal scenario? Understand that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have to be dependent on molecule to set up that initial set of infrastructure. Obviously pretty challenging in a bare metal scenario. However, you could use something like if we're talking about RHEL physical servers, because that's what I'm familiar with. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sure they have something equivalent to satellite server, where you can kickstart a new system over Pixie Boot. So you could do.
The problem is it's like a third-party specialized image. So I guess I could start with just like a fresh server there with none of the configs I put on after the fact, and then take it from there.
You could. And if there's some sort of, for the hardware vendor, if they have an automated way of kickstarting a system at all over the network.
If only.
No, yeah. Then yeah, I would have clean system set up. You'd have to do that manually then. Yes.
Would you ever include in the molecule setup, include other roles you have? So for instance, if I have roles that do some of the setup work that I might want in my test environment, would I ever another role that builds on that? And if I'm wording this right, the second role that I'm developing now builds on the first role. Would I ever in my molecule include some of my prerequisite roles that are doing some of the setup?
You could, so you would, the question was, how do I chain together different layers of infrastructure for testing, and how do I test those lower layers? Does that summarize it?
I guess the lower layers would help set up what's the prerequisites for the later layers.
Right.
Would I ever want to include running those lower layers as part of the testing?
So I would make those, in the higher level layers, I would make those part of the create stage.
Okay.
Right? But when you're working in those lower level infrastructure layers, you're a little bit more limited, right? Because that would be the code that you're testing itself.
Right. I guess an example would be if I had a role that sets up a web server,
Mhm.
and then I'm now developing a role that configures the app on top of that. Would I recreate all the set up a base web server in the molecule, or
I see.
for the app deployment, would I include the install web server role that I'd already built previously?
So both roles would be dependent on deploying a server underneath.
Right, so let's assume yeah, well, so I guess I'm more asking of if I'm developing the role that deploys the application right now, and I wanna run Molecule on that,
Mhm.
as part of the setup, I need to have the web server installed. Would I ever reference one of my other roles that installs the web server, or would I just
replicate it?
Yeah, or would I replicate the work, or just use some other web server as part of the testing?
Any one of those would technically work.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, if your initial role is good and works, you
Right.
can just run it every iteration of the test, and it will work, and it'll do its thing, and it'll be fine.
Yeah,
Right?
because part of the, I guess, where this struggle would come from is, do you write one role that does everything, or do you break it out into many small roles? And if I've got many small roles, I'm gonna have dependencies in that role, that hierarchy. And if I'm doing molecule tests on my small roles, they're gonna be dependent on some of those other roles I've written. I was just curious if there was a.
Sounds like operations as code at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, every scenario is different. I try to minimize role dependencies between each other. If they're related, they would go into a collection, right? So that's that higher level way of managing Ansible content now.
Okay.
It's like, as an example of a collection, we have the REL system roles collection. That's got things in there to manage SSHD, rsyslog, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Those aren't connected per se, but they're both about managing that underlying OS.
All right.
Yes.
So is Molecule mostly focused on spinning up those test environments, or like when it runs the test, does it give you some kind of feedback that you wouldn't get through a regular Ansible?
I would say that the primary thing is getting that feedback. Like, is the Ansible code doing what it is expected to do? As part of that, it can set up that infrastructure. It can create it.
So I guess then, what does it offer that regular Ansible doesn't, is the question.
Well, so it is Ansible in a sense because we're writing playbooks, we're writing YAML code. You could do it manually with Ansible, right? But if you're using the molecule command and its subcommands, it sets up those directory trees for you. So it's already going to test to make sure like your playbooks run multiple times. It only changes something once. That sort of thing.
Gotcha.
Oh, actually, so looking at this setup, so say you use one of the approaches, dev container or OpenShift, where Molecule itself is in a container.
Mm-hmm.
Your test environment is a container.
Mm-hmm.
Containers in containers doesn't work very well. Does it help you out with that?
It's a little challenging, yeah.
But is there some are there docs that say this is how you should set this up so that you separate your development and your execution environments? Does it have help for that?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact flag, but you can, even inside of a dev space, you can run Molecule.
Okay. And it somehow figures out.
Yeah. It'll talk to the backend system and yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right. I think that's it.
So,
Cool. Yeah.
Did I hear you say that you need an active AAP subscription to have access to?
No.
No.
Sorry, I should have been more clear about that. So everything that I showed you today is possible with upstream open source tools.
Okay.
When it says RHEL or OpenShift, those specific use cases are dependent on Red Hat subscriptions, but Molecule itself is free and open source software.
Thank you.
Yeah.
where they can find you or anything?
Oh, I didn't write that down.
Well, you got a couple of links here on your
Yes.
slide.
You can't find me.
Don't call them.
They
Oh,
didn't pronounce
yeah.
your name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for
So there's like basic goals that every system runs, and then kind of get more specific and do that. Right. Yeah, so that's kind of.
I've always struggled with that.
Right. How do you?
I want word problems. Well, I've got a role that resolves the next. I got a role that's word problems, but for example, do I put all that in the WordPress?
Right.
I was told not to, but so then, okay, well, we can't test if WordPress works. If this other
I mean, it seems like it should be. I don't know. I'd want to play around with it and see like how much of a bum it actually is. But yeah, that is definitely something.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was useful. Because I'm not I work on the kernel team through mostly kernel stuff. We have some principal bits and as well. And I try to absorb all the information I do. I don't know where I was actually in Slack and Gmail pictures. I swear I came across something from somewhere before, but I couldn't find it. Okay. I don't know where. Hopefully it was a positive. Usually I remember the negative stuff, so I don't think it was negative.
Great.
Thank you.
And, appreciate the question. Kevin Williamson, Fedora,
I haven't seen you yell anything, but I'm aware.
Me recently, actually. Only a little bit.
No, I do work with, I'm on the same team as Fedora and Infer, and I think we do work on that too, and we're Ansible and we're basically testing introduction half the time. So this is a really interesting walk, because right before you was the other Ansible testing thing, the kitchen.
Yeah, I didn't know that was going to be here.
Yeah, it was really cool that they kind of together. So I went to both of them.
Nice.
I'm going to suggest to Kevin that we look into one of those, because it would be good to test things.
Cool.
We have, with the kernel workflow stuff, we have an entire replica of our entire, just the workflow environment. We have an entire replica of it for a staging instance.
We have staging
use the Jira
instances of-
staging instance
yeah.
with it all. It is
We have staging
good.
instances of most things, but they don't behave exactly the same, and some things we don't have one, so it's just run the playbook and pray.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a kernel developer by any means, but if you're looking for help, so everyone's help.
I don't actually do kernel work anymore.
Okay.
Actual kernel work anymore. I have. I just work on the infrastructure around the kernel now.
Okay. It's not really good.
We've got nutty backport automation. We basically had to do it because of kernel CVE changes.
Okay.
Upstream kernel CNA.
I kind of knew all this was going on, but it was cool to learn the details on it.
Yeah.
How you're actually doing it.
I had a live demo that I was like, okay, I could do this if I've got time. But I was like,
yeah,
slamming through everything so quick.
Which I saw like nailed down. That was impressive. The rest of us were all running 5 minutes over. You're like, crap.
Yeah, it's easy for me to rush through something.
But you do that, and then you turn the ripple off, and then close it.
Just
Turn off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slacking them over. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're.
Sorry, guys.
Thanks.
That's fine. I'll do CC then if you want to do. Yep.